Okay. Oh no. Oh no. Oh yeah, let's go. Having little static on the microphone, but we're good now, yeah, let's go. Polygraph is here, Polygraph is here. They made the game that we're gonna play. Oh yeah.
What is up, everybody? How we doing today? Good to see you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, all around the world. My name is Ezekiel the Third, and we're going to be playing some Archon Soul today, and I hope I'm saying that right. It's Archon, not Archon, right? It'd be weird if it was Archon. I just want to make sure I'm saying the game name right. We're going to be playing some Archon Soul, and then for a little bit of at the top of the stream here, in about 15 minutes, we'll get started. And then we're gonna give you a little teasy, a little tasty, and then we're going to check out or recheck out Photomaly that we played on Indie Day.
Zeke Gemma.
But as you can see, the link is at the top of the chat box. I feel nervous now, man. God damn it, Polygraph, I feel nervous. I haven't even started the sponsorship yet. You're already here. Usually I don't have to play for the devs. Anyways, thank you guys very much for being here. Hope you guys are having a good day. Want to get started right at the top with thanking Pseudonoms for being the first resub of the day, 59 months. Thank you, Pseudonoms. Vincent gifting out 6, 5, and then 6 subs to Juke, NIW00, The Flames 1980, Nero, and Archangel 83, and then gifting a sub to Polygraph, the developers of Archon Soul. Also Diridium with 110. Yes, If Then will be scheduled for the first Saturday of the month, and it just so happens the first Saturday of August is the first this Saturday. So yes, this Saturday we will be doing the If Then. Absolutely. Thank you, Low Life. Thank you for saying. Don't worry, I'm only at present the best player to ever play. No pressure. The best player to ever play. You know, it's funny you say that because I've been that before, but only because I was the first player to ever play a game. So I have tasted the limelight of being, you know, the best in the world. And it was sweet. It was really sweet. For that 5 minutes that I was the best in the world. It was great. Mr. Old Timing Man, thank you for the 6 fucking years. Hell yeah. 6 years. Digimon, digital monsters, Digimon are the champions. There. That's the soundbite you get for your 6 years. Digital Jedi, thank you for the 6 months. And then Stryer gifting a sub to Toe Jam Sandwiches.
Make sure to wish
Oh my God! Get him in.
What have I done?
What have I done? No! You've got 13 minutes to get in your alerts there because we're gonna mute them as soon as the sponsorship starts. So just let you know.
You're a cunt.
Yep, there you go. B4 for 6 Pete under, or not for Pete, for Ash. Here you go, B4.
Eat my asshole.
So many sounds happening all at once.
That's too big.
There we go. Get them all in. Feels good. Let's see how I can hold on to that title. Yeah, no shit, man. Did it just release? Like, how long ago did it release? Because I know it released today. Has it been like a couple of hours or like an hour ago? Okay. So just recently, just an hour ago. Cool. God, that's got to be a hell of an experience pressing that button. I don't know if you've let me, you know what? Let me check your profile here. Let me see your Steam profile. It looks like you have one other game under your belt called Nice Shot, the gun golfing game. What a take. What a tone shift from your last game. Okay. Your last game, 2018. Okay. Cool. But yeah, I can't imagine what it's like to press that, like, go live on Steam and see what happens kind of a thing. I think it's called versatility or something like that. Yes, indeed. So, for anyone new here, it's kind of a shit show for the first 30 minutes of the day.
Make sure to wish us
And then I guarantee you, those will be muted. All the alerts will be muted.
Did you know that cheese is a loaf of milk? Beer is liquid bread. Ice is water with edges.
Yes.
Bread is raw toast.
Yes.
Birth certificates are child receipts. And children are fully baked cream pies.
Oh my God.
Give me them titties. Give me them titties.
Jesus,
Give me them
man.
titties. I want to see your asshole.
They're
Give me
never
them
going.
titties.
No one's
Give
ever
me
going to
them
sponsor
titties.
me again,
Give me them
guys.
titties. I want to see your asshole.
They're gonna. Oh no, my family-friendly sensibilities. I'm glad you're a good sport. Thank you. Oh God. I was worried. I was really worried. It's like having a guest over and the dog takes a shit in the middle of the floor. You're like, he doesn't usually do that. He doesn't usually do that. I promise. Yeah. So this is my channel. This is my stream. Welcome to it. Good Lord, help me. There's Scott. Scott, we've been waiting for you. Nuke has been waiting for you because of a clip from the highlight reel to start the day. I believe it was for the what's a difficult game about climbing when you slowed it down and you gave it the dramatic like tension and then I ended up just failing. That's from Nuke. There you go, Scott. See you later, buddy. Funny story, I had a guest over and my dog was very cute and jumped in their lap. Then in not a very cute fashion, peed all over them. Oh, man. What kind of a dog do you have? I have two. I have two poodles, two standard poodles, and they are just a nightmare. They're great at home with just us. But if you try and take them anywhere, man, or having a guest over, you got to warn everybody, like, they're loving dogs. They won't bite you, but they will try and their best to pin you down and lick your face off. You have Chihuahuas? That's the way to go, though. That's honestly the way to go,
1,
dude.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
How many minutes? Yeah, 8 minutes. 8 minutes. Thanks, Pete. Thank you very much. Yeah, poodles have really bad separation anxiety. That's true. Now, and that's the thing. Katie and I have been talking about it because the poodles are 6 years old now. And I think poodles, if I'm not mistaken, like standard poodles live around 14 years. We're like, what are we going to do in 8 years, maybe? And of course, we have to say to each other, no, our dogs are going to live forever. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. We have to say that first. And then we can actually talk about like what we want, like if we want more pets later on and stuff like that. And we've both agreed. We have both agreed that we're going to get small dogs. Because these large dogs, we love the shit out of them, but man, they are all over us 24 hours a day. And they are, 55, 60-pound dogs. And they're just like, hey, I need love me. Why not love me? Love me right now. Love me all the way. Love me all day long. Never leave me. And they're also COVID dogs. That is true. So they spent the first 2 years of their life never seeing another person or a dog because of the, the lockdown and shit. You shitbox me during a talk about how bad Zeke's dogs are. Yeah, sorry, Scott. I honestly, like, if I were to, like, pin you down, Scott, I would say that Scott doesn't like dogs. However, the Evans family watches dogs. Special needs dogs most times. They just hate our dogs. Or Scott does. I know. Why? Our dogs are not that bad. They don't bite. They're not, like, nervous. They're housebroken. Like, they're just passionate. I'd rather they bite. Dude, I hate you so much. I hate you so much right now. Vincent, thank you for giving a sub to What is Love? I'm waiting for it. I mean, it's got to happen, right? Someone's going to do it. Or not. Or maybe not. Nope. Nope. No one's going to do it? All right. All right. Oh, shit. I should turn off the... I forgot. Turn off the... Nope, not you. Not you. Not you. There it is. Baby, don't hurt me. Thank you, Vincent. Thank you for not leaving me hanging. Xantos, thank you for the 61 months.
Baby, don't hurt me.
There you go. Okay. That'll work too. That'll work too. My sister has 2 dogs and I love dogs, but they have separation anxiety and it's annoying as fuck watching them whining for little hours. Unless they have something to do. Like, they didn't whine the whole time they were at the doggy daycare. But oftentimes when we kennel them to go, do stuff like shopping, go to a friend's house, go to a movie, go to dinner, we'll kennel them and we'll come home and they are howling. Just man, I'm just hoping the neighbors don't like get on our ass for that because it is loud. And it's about 50% of the time. 50% of the time we come home, they're laying down, they're sleeping. But the other part of the other times, like, they are just and it's so terrible. My GSD does the same thing when my wife and I get home.
Me love you long time.
I'm trying to guess GSD. GSD is German Shepherd dog. Okay, thank you. Rob Diddy with the no more. Thank you. Just another with 2 years. I appreciate that. All right. We got 3 minutes till the sponsor stream. Like I said, we're going to do this today. And after this sponsor stream wraps, we're going to jump into Photomaly. Depending on how long that takes, tomorrow we got another couple of very cool indie games that we're going to be playing later on this week. So it's going to be a fun week filled with, like, brand new indie shit. Which is, my jam. All right. Let's go ahead and reveal what we got here. Archon Soul. Okay. Pete, did you run through all of them? How many did you run through today? You got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, someone got 6 for you. 7, 11, 12, 22. I don't know if it's all of them, but it's close. Ish. What a world. Photomaly is like a couple hours. How much did I play it? There we go. Oh, so I wasn't that far away from the end then. Okay. Because we're going to start it over. We're going to start over from the beginning because we had a glitch on one of them. And I will not have a game glitch out of me and not, restart from the beginning. Oh, my green screen is messed up. Oh, there we go. Better? We good? Okay. Let me move over to the corner there. Blossoming grass, thank you for the 18 months. I appreciate it. Are we good now? All set. I had to move my entire like desk and computers and all that shit. I had to move it over like 1.5 feet so I could sneak the air conditioner in so it could blow in the area of the hotness, which is my computers and stuff, because it is hot in Texas, as you might imagine. It is, well, not at the moment. It's 87, but it's due to get up. Yeah, 98 today, which is less than they said it was going to be. 98 today, 100 tomorrow, 101, 104, 103, 102. Jesus, it's going to be triple digits for the next week. And oh my God, yeah, triple digits for the next week. Yikes. All right, it is time. We are now muting the alerts. Well, oh yeah, we're pausing the alerts. And the sponsored stream begins. That is actually not happening because I turned off the ads. Yes, it is. Okay. Sponsored stream begins now. What is up, everybody? Thank you for joining me today. My name is Ezekiel III. I'm going to be checking out a brand new game released today, July 29th, called Archon Soul. Well, what is it? Well, let me tell you. It's a 2D roguelike dice builder where you create powerful dice using swappable faces, runes, and bodies with unique effects. You draft spells, craft powerful synergies, defeat challenging enemies, and conquer the Archon's palace. Like I said, it just released today. If you want to hit that link at the top of the chat box, today's stream is sponsored by Goblins Publishing and Polygraph. Thank you guys very much for sponsoring today's stream. I appreciate you. So, like Yahtzee, probably a little more complicated than Yahtzee, I'll be honest. I haven't played it yet, but I'm guessing it's going to be a little bit more complex. This game was developed by Polygraph, published by Goblins Publishing and Maple Whispering Limited. You can get the demo for free right now if you want to play the demo first. Or you can buy it. If you like it, you can buy it for $9.79. It's 30% off right now. Off of $13.99. And also you can get it in a bundle with some other stuff. What's the bundle here? Oh, the Archon Supporter Pack. Okay, you can get that. Or Runeborn. If you already own Runeborn, you can get a discount on the game as well. And you can go the extra mile and wishlist the game. It helps, it helps me and the dev. Yeah. So yeah, you click that link right there. Takes you to the Steam page. It is a tracking link, so thank you very much if you do choose to do that. Also, it's at the top of the chat box, and it's also in the panel section below the video player. It's should be the first panel, right? Yeah, first panel right there. Bloop. Click on that guy too. Okie dokie. Let's check out the trailer. Fight with your dice. Make your own luck. Choose your character. The Gaiamancer. The Pyromancer. That's gonna be my guy, probably. My guy or gal. The Thaumancer. Oh, so you got earth, fire, and lightning, I'm guessing? Like thaumaturgy? Swell music, too. There you go. Archon Soul. Let's fire it up. Boosh. I'm not going to fall for it. I'm not going to read chat. I'm not going to read your vulgar, disgusting messages while I'm playing this game. Well, I'll read them, just not out loud. All right, go ahead. Use my analytics. Be my guest. All right, let's check the settings, see what we need here. Okay, good, good, good. Master volume, let's crank that. Screen shake, sure. Dark, yeah, you bet. Be my guest. Okay, language, English, good. Font, text size. Let's go large, yeah. Okay. I guess we just start the run. Oh, I don't even get to be the pyromancer yet. I gotta unlock him. Damn it. All right. I guess I'll be the earth gal. The Gaiamancer. A mage from a village torn apart by famine, wields the power of nature and growth. He seeks the soul's power to save his village from certain starvation. Thank you, Dana, for the 1, 2, 3 months. I will be fighting the punch wizard? Is it a wizard who punches? All right, at the beginning of your turn, your discarded dice are rolled into your hand. Okay. Drag the dice in the slots, cast spells. All right, I will use 6. Oh, next. Dice slots have requirements for the dice. You put into them. Hover over them for more info. Okay. Any dice. Any dice. When a dice is placed here, the countdown value is reduced by the... Oh, okay. So I put that guy in there. And now it has a 1. All right. Make a new dice for the rest of combat and discard it. All right. Let's go. Oh, if dice value is 5 or more, deal 7 damage. Okay, so if I put the 6 there, it would have did 7 instead of 5. All right. If dice value is 3 or less, gain 5 barrier. Okay. 3 or less, 5 shield. Got it. Cool. All right, normally I don't do this during spawn stream, but this one's easy. All right, blocks barrier, yeah, incoming damage, right. Barrier goes away at the beginning of each turn, got it. Okay, cool. Some spells have limits to how many times they can be cast per turn or per combat. This is the enemy's intention display. So he intends to hit me for 13. It shows you what the enemy will do on their turn. You can hover over it for more information. Tagging me for 13, okay. Okay, the charge is the number of times the spell can be cast this turn. Okay, so it can only be cast once per turn and 2 times per combat. Okay. Oh, and these don't change. The cards, you don't discard these. The dice are the only thing that changes for now, it looks like. Okay. So the countdown, I have to physically do the countdown. All right, so I gain an extra dice. Okay. 5 or more, 7 damage. I guess I better put up at least 3 barrier, because you're gonna hit me for 10 now. Okay. So I draw an extra dice due to undergrowth. So I draw 4 instead of 3. Okay. So I don't have anything 5 or more, so I might as well just put, well, let's just do 4 and 3. Now that's gone. And he's gonna do, we don't know. Okay. So we'll hit him. Yes, you can use more than 1 dice per card. You can use all the dice, as long as you can put them somewhere, you can use all the dice in your hand. So I can go slappa, 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 and he's dead. Easy peasy. These are your combat rewards. It's 2 minutes, Prince and Nerda. These are your combat rewards. Take as many as you want. You earned it. As many as you want. Well, I want the gold. Spells. Okay. If dice value is 4 or greater. Okay. All faces without runes, because this is, yeah, you can get dice runes. All faces without runes on dice used to cast this spell gain toughness rune until end of combat. When you roll this dice, gain 4 barrier, increased by 1 for each elite and boss floor completed this run. Okay. Or deal dice value plus 6 damage. If a die faced used to cast this spell has a rune, gain 2 grounded, and that does at the beginning of your turn gain barrier equal to grounded. Okay. Okay. I'll get that. You bet. All right. Oh, a 9 dicer? Damn. Yeah, give me that boy. Give me the 9 dice. Hell yeah. Wait a minute. Okay. Whenever a spell using this rune gives a buff, give 1 additional stack, or when you cast a spell with consume using this rune, roll 2 other random dice in your discard. Okay. The number of times a spell can be cast during combat. Oh, consume. Oh yeah. I know what consume means. Okay. We'll take that. Oh, you venture further into the palace. Okay. You have items to modify dice with modify them here. Okay. Your runes and face values are here. You can use these to modify your dice. Okay. Drag the runes and face values to the dice to modify them. You can reorder these faces by dragging them. Okay. Got it. Seems like this one is the in-between one because I got cards that need 5s and 6s and cards that needs 3 or lower, or yeah, this guy needs 3 or lower and these guys need 5 or more. So the 4 looks like the one that's optimal to change. Okay. Oh, so, okay, it keeps its value. Okay, so now I have a 9-sided or 9-pip dice with rebirth. So if I use that on this guy, the synergy is I'll roll 2 other dice when I consume that spell. Okay. I think that's how that works. Oh, and spell select. Yeah, I only have so many. All right, let's go. Okay, let's see. These are unit abilities. You can use them once each combat. Drag your dice into a unit ability to activate it. Like spells, they can have dice requirements to activate. Skymancer's unit ability gives you additional barrier each turn. You can activate the enemy's abilities too. Unit abilities are really useful, so take advantage of them. Okay. So, stun. This enemy will not attack during the next turn. Deal 10 damage and inflict 2 weak on this enemy. Gain 3 grounded. If DV is 1, gain 5 grounded instead. Okay. Aha! There. Okay. It opens up once you pick up a dice. All right, what are you doing next? Okay, you're gonna hit for 6. Okay, so I can stun you, and I bet it eliminates the 1 dice. Okay. There you go. And now we will. I think you probably just hit the one in the front. Oh, no. Oh, okay. You can just attack whichever one you want. Oh, it doesn't have any shield yet. Okay. Oh, it shielded the ogre for 10. All right. Oh, and only once. Okay, only once. Okay. Maybe this part is the part I'm not understanding. Like, these 3, like, groups of dice. I'm wondering, like, are they, like each turn you roll 1 of these out of the group? Curious. Okay, so this guy's gonna hit for 6. We'll barrier up. We'll attack that front guy. Each turn you roll all of your dice. Okay. Oh my God. I'm being so stupid here. Okay. So all 3 of these dice have 6 faces. So my chance. Okay. I see now. Okay. Yeah. Just gotta think in 3 dimensions. And the ogre is going to hit me for 6, but I can hit him. Oh, but he's got 10 shield on, and that goes away after. Or does it? Because mine goes away. Does his go away? Okay. I'm just going to barrier up and see what happens. Yeah, okay. That 10 does go away. Okay. All right. So modifying one face does not guarantee you're ever going to see your cool dice. Or you're going to see it frequently. So you got to modify a lot of faces and get a lot of cool dice. Yes, grounded is at the beginning of your turn, you gain a barrier. So you gain shield equal to your grounded. All right, he's going to hit me for 4 and shield up for 6. So I can do this and this, and that should be 14 damage. Yep, okay. And then... Oh, he only has 5 left? Okay. That's it. And there you go. And there you go. Okay. Root burst. I'm guessing the borders around them say like the rarity, like the gold border is rarer than the wood border. Like this is common, uncommon, and rare maybe? Or not. I'm not sure. I'm just guessing. All right, if a player has 40 or more barrier, make 1 dice for the rest of combat and discard it. Nah. Deal 14 damage. If DV is 10 or greater, also inflict 1 weak. Okay. Deal 11 damage, repeat 0. The spell effect happens additional time for each repeat. Ah, if DV is 10 or greater. Oh, what? If dice value is 10 or greater, so like 10 on 1 dice, like the biggest dice I have is a 9. Do headphones cause hair loss? Asking for it. I don't think so. They do cause a skull dent, though. I'll tell you that much. Was I born with no hair? No. What is with you two? 2 new chatters, 2 first-time chatters coming in talking about how bald I am? Rude. How rude. It's a conspiracy. All right, yeah, well done. You got the vibe straight away. Yeah. It would be so crazy if I just made all stock shit. Yeah, no kidding. Okay, so I'm asking you guys a question. Total, this card here says if DV is 10 or greater, so dice value, the dice value that I put in there is 10 or greater? So you're saying like if I used a 4 and then a 6 to do this, then it would trigger the repeat? Okay, that is what it is. Okay. That's okay. Gotcha. All right. Well, I mean, if you don't have any weirdly pipped dice, that's the only way you can do it. If they're all just regular dice, the only way you can do it is putting a 4 and then a 6 in there. So I think I might just go with this. That's just 14 damage for 2 dice. Okay. Well, yeah, I have. Yeah. Okay, so our build is going to be high pip dice. I bet there's builds with low pip dice, but I think I'm going to go high pip dice because of the cards that I have. This one wants high pip dice. This one wants high pip dice. This one also wants high pip dice, so let's pip it. Let's pip it up. All right, rune. Recycle. After a spell is cast or spell's countdown is reduced using this rune, re-roll this dice. Whenever a spell using this rune deals unblocked damage, gain that much HP. Wait, permanently remove rune on activation? So, vampire's a one-time deal. This one's end of combat. This one's one heal total. Man, these are like rarer dice, but I'll tell you, like, this seems more useful, more utility, gives me more utility. Spells dealing damage, using this rune deal an additional 4 damage. Just straight up. I'm gonna go with my gut. Maybe my gut is wrong. Oh, shop. You can hear the sound of someone counting their gold, perhaps a shopkeeper. It's too dark to see what this path leads to. Ah. Well, yes, I always do the question mark. As you wander through the palace, the halls you were wandering through disappear, and a room made of shadow materializes around you. The shadows are somehow solid, and you cannot escape. 2 totems rise from the floor. We demand sacrifice. They scream in unison. What will you give in order to gain? Oh, that's max HP. Okay. So, ooh, that's a tough choice because you gain 2 dice bodies, but that means the dice the bases you have modified have a less chance of coming up. No, they don't. No, they don't, because you roll them all at once. No, they don't. So if I gain 2 dice bodies, I'll just have 2 more at the end of the thing right there. Let's go. I'll take that 9 damage. Or not. You feel a sharp pain as a dark energy flows from one totem into your chest. This energy feels distinctly demonic. It hurts, but there is a certain strength slowly dissipating throughout your body. The shadowy space vanishes, replaced by the maze-like hallways of the palace. You continue on. Okay. Maybe I don't understand what... dice bodies mean. I thought it was going to give me like 2 more here, which was an amazing upgrade. You can put dice bodies onto your dice. Okay. Elite combat. Well, I mean, let's rest. It's a first run. No need to challenge ourselves too much. I will get my health back. Thank you very much. Let's just do regular combat. Gotta fight a mace, a living weapon, and a punch wizard. Okay. Oh, right. Oh, this. Oh, here we go. Whenever a spell using this dice inflicts a status effect, inflict an additional stack. Okay. Heal 7 HP at the end of combat. Okay. Okay. Inflicts a status effect. I don't think I have anything that inflicts. Oh yeah, I do. I do have one that inflicts status effects right here. Okay. We'll stack up that one. Okay. And give you an extra 6. Oh. Okay, so they only have one rune on them at a time, so I can't do sharp and okay. Thank you for the undo, by the way. Thank you for the undo. Do the 5? Okay. I mean, I can do the 5. That's not a bad option. All right. Okie dokie. Let's fight! Okay. So I can do 14 and 5. I can do this. Okay. Wait. Oh, consume. Yeah, okay. That guy's out. Oh, he's charging. Frail body. If PV is 4 or greater, inflict 1 weak. Otherwise, inflict 1 vulnerable. He's gonna hit me for 13. Okay. I don't know if that was the right thing to do, but limited myself to 3 damage. Okay, he's doing a question mark, so that's good. No runes. I can inflict 1 weak, or I can do 14 damage. Actually, I can do 19 damage. And vulnerable is Takes 50% more more damage. Just this turn, though. Oh, and it already adds. It pre-adds them, so that's cool. Okay. So 6 plus the dice. So 11 plus 6 would be 17. Oh, no. No. Oh, it doesn't add. Okay. $18, $25 damage. Yeah, okay. Let's do that. All right. Cool. All right. Now he's dead because he didn't have any shield, so I just mollywop him with whatever. There we go. Easy peasy. Okay. If the sandstorm has begun, what? The sandstorm? Deal 7 damage. Otherwise, begin the sandstorm. At the end of the turn, deal 5 damage to each enemy unit. Okay. So you can begin the sandstorm and start doing 5 damage every time you to every enemy every time you put a dice in there, which is kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Inflict 1 weak, 1 vulnerable on each enemy. The dice value is 7 or higher. Inflict 2 weak and 2 vulnerable. Okay. If the sandstorm has begun, gain 5 barrier and inflict 1 thin skin on each enemy. What's thin skin? When this unit takes damage from the sandstorm, loses 1 might. Interesting. Oh, wait a minute. Only dice faces with a dice rune. Okay. I don't have enough dice runes to make this worthwhile yet. Okay. I don't know if I want necessarily any of these. Anybody have an opinion? Do I want these? You saying skip? I'm thinking skip, man. I'm thinking it's a skip for me. Yeah, sweeping kick is just better than basic attack. Yeah, but you gotta start the sandstorm first, though. So you gotta waste 1 dice that I could be doing 5 damage. Oh, at the end of the turn, okay. So, hold on. Does the sandstorm stay going? Oh. So you put 2 dice in there, you're going to do 12 damage, is what you're saying. And you have to do that, like, every time you want to start the sandstorm, you got to... Every time you want to use this card, you got to put 2 dice into it. The sandstorm doesn't stay going, does it? It seems like it stays going? Okay. Alright, sure. You can use his own to hold on to spell situation. Okay. There we go. Alright, we'll replace the basic attack with a sweeping kick. And see if we like it. And if not, you're getting a timeout, Polygraph. I don't care if this is your game and you sponsored the stream. You're getting a 2-minute timeout. If I don't like it, just let you know. That's the cost of having an opinion. Ha ha! Can I? You'd think in a dice game I could re-roll the awards. Or the rewards, excuse me. Okay, hold on. Let me look at my cards. Do I want more of... I mean, I suppose I could turn another 1 into a 3, because 3 is the only thing I need for barriers. There's nothing that requires specifically 1 pip dice. Hexproof. When you roll this dice, gain hexproof. Oh, okay. So it negates a debuff. Okay. This dice face is 3 times more likely to be rolled. Oh, I should have waited to put it on this guy. To put it on the big guy. Otherwise, I'll have to replace it. All right, what's rebirth? Oh, cast spell with consume, right? Okay. 3 times more likely to be rolled. I could just put it on a 6. Oh, I can put it on the 6. Oops. I can put it on the 6 in the middle one. Because they don't have any runes on those ones. Yeah, maybe. Let's do it. Let's do it. All right, let's shop. Steel Fist. If the player is 50 or more barrier, deal 25 damage. Otherwise, gain 9 barrier. Okay. Gain 3 barrier. Repeat it 2. Oh, there's another Sandstorm card. If Sandstorm has begun, gain 9 barrier and 1 Sandstorm intensity. Okay, only 3 or less can be placed there. Okay. Deal 22 damage to a random enemy. Oh, destroy the dice for the rest of combat. Yikes. Yeah, maybe we just do Sandstorm. Maybe we just do go all in on a Sandstorm build. On all other spells. Okay, I don't have any... Yeah, I only have 1 countdown spell, so that's not going to work for me. After a spell's cast or a spell's countdown is reduced, re-roll this dice. Okay. When you roll this dice phase, enemies lose all barrier. Okay, that gives me shield. Shark gives me damage. Gain 10 max HP. Never bad to have max HP. Ooh, a new one. When this dice is used in make ethereal dice. When this dice is used for or discarded, destroy this dice. All right. Let's get that and find out what that literally means. Okay. And yeah, why don't we get sharp? Oh, no, wait, no. Oh, damn it. I was going to get huddle up. Shit, I ruined it. I ruined my Sandstorm build. No. I was going to get huddle up. Crap. An important looking room. What could happen here? Okay. A special event. The crown. You come across 2 items in a magic field that will only allow you to take one. One is an ornate crown. There isn't anything magical about it, but it's surrounded by a damaging field of dark magic, so it must be important. The other item is a simple cloth bag, but upon further inspection, you find that it's full of scrolls detailing some sort of hidden knowledge. Well, while we're pondering here, I just want to say thank you one more time to Goblins and Polygraph for sponsoring today's stream. The game is available now. Archon Soul, check it out. Top of the chat box, click that link, or you can click the panel in the section down below the video player. Give it a look, give it a wish list. You can play the demo for free as well, which is awesome. Good job, Polygraph. I love it when people provide you with a way to play before you pay. All right, take the crown of a dead bounty. Gain 10 less gold from combat rewards? Oh, okay. Required for true victory. Come on now. Come on now. Not only does it cost, or I gain 10 less gold from rewards, I also have to take an 8-point hit. I'm not taking the bait. No, I'm getting 5 runes. Thank you very much. Okay. There we go. Lot of dice. Lot of dice. Okay. Oh, right. Forgot to give this a face. There you go. Put that on there. Spells gaining barrier using this rune gain an additional 4 barrier. Sure. Oh, wait. Let's put it on a 1. There you go. Okay. All right. Every spells cast or spells countdown is reduced using this rune. Reroll this dice. Okay. Remove rune until end of combat. Not the dice. Remove the rune. Okay, that's fine. There. All right. Oh, I had another one, huh? Okay. There we go. Ah, so he's a chicken then. Bro, listen. You're going to start calling me names in my channel. We're going to have some words. Listen, Polygraph. Nobody calls me chicken. Nobody. The Replicator. All right. Let's give him a sandstorm right in his eyes. Yeah, dude. When you cast a spell with consume using this rune, right there. Okay. Cool. So now I get another dice for the rest of combat. Wait a minute. Oh, inflicts a status effect. Okay. Let's begin the sandstorm. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Oh, and I can gain 2 grounded. Okay. Oh, it needs 11 to be stunned. Okay. But he's gonna debuff me too. Yeah. All right. Does grounded stack? It does. Okay. Damn it, Baines. I often see people my age out there climbing mountains and ziplining, and here I am feeling good about myself because I managed to get my leg through my pants without losing my balance. Yeah. Little victories, man. Little victories. All right. Heal 7 HP at the end of combat. Oh, right. No. Spells dealing damage using this rune. Deal an additional 4 damage. Right. Okay. He's going to do 16. Oh, he's going to do 16 with a status effect. Okay. Oh, and a unit ability. Oh, okay. And then we're gaining, oh, then we're getting the ethereal dice. Okay. Wait a minute. Oh, it's just, oh, this is the ethereal dice. Okay, so if I use those, I get a free dice on this guy's ability to, on this stun. So it's a good one for this guy. You just feed your ethereal dice in there, or your whatever ordered something dice. You know what I mean. Shut up. Beautiful. Okay. Oh, star. What's that? Unique special move. This move will not damage the player. Okay. A lot of, I mean, there's so many options of shit I can do. Like, the synergies are crazy. Okay, so I have 12 grounded. So I'm gonna get 12 every time. That's great. Now the sandstorm is gonna deal 5 damage to each person, to each enemy unit. So I just need to hit them for 9. Okay, 7. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fine. There. And now the sandstorm takes care of him. Let's go! Yeah, his unique special ability, what will it be? The replicator? I wonder what he's gonna do. I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about his name first. Oh yeah, the replicator. Probably gonna spit acid. Mycelium. Oh, it has to be 1 pip. Okay. Topple the spire. Deal 11 damage, repeat. Ten or greater, repeat 1. That's so weird. If I put a 6 and a 4 in there, it does 20 damage? It seems so specific. Cleave the mountain. Deal damage equal to your max HP, which is 70. The spell's damage unaffected by dice runes or dice bodies. Okay. Okay, polygraph or polygriff, explain to me why this is good. So it seems I gotta have a specific pair of dice, like a 6 and a 4, to make the 20 damage happen. I mean, I guess the core ability itself is 5 for 11. the grounded fist does, I mean, let's see. So 2 5s would deal 22 damage. 11, 11. 2 5s here would deal 16. So I mean, it's just his base ability is fine. 11 damage for 5. It gains 11 damage, so if you do it again, it becomes 33. Oh, it keeps gaining repeats. So, I mean, I gotta manage to get it to... It's very specific. I have to get this to 10 or greater. So 4, I got to get under it without going over, and then go over it by a certain amount. So 4, and then a 6 to top it off would give it more damage and give it 1 more repeat. But if I manage to do that, then every 5 dice after that will be 22 damage, right? So if I manage to meet the first requirement of the repeat, then every 5 dice thereafter will be 22 damage. I'm getting it. Let's play. Let's play with it. Let's have fun. Yeah, I've got to do the 10 or greater first, and then I'll get repeats every time. Interesting. You know what? I want to take out the sweeping kick and do since I didn't do the sandstorm build, I'm going to see if we can do the topple the spire build and make 6s and 4s happen. Or, 2 random dice faces. Okay, let's go. Oh, you got it. You're shitting me. God, 2 2s? Come on, man. Bullshit. All right, we're gambling. 2 random dice runes. Spirit and Force, sure. I'm not even sure if those are good or bad. Oh, immutable body. Runes cannot be added or removed from this dice during combat. So the recycle would stay then. So it'll be permanently recycled. That's the only one that actually leaves, is the recycle. Now, do I get... It just replaces it completely, huh? Oh, man, I really like that heal, though. That heal is very nice. Because that body heals me 7 at the end of every combat. Yeah, if you never take damage, you won't need the heal. Problem solved. If you just get good, the game's easy. Dick. All right. Okay. Now, grounded is grounded a buff? Whenever a spell uses this rune gives a buff in one additional stack. I'm guessing grounded is buff because it stacks on itself. I'll save it. I'll save it. All right, let's see what happens. Luck feeder. Whenever a dice rolls a 1, oh, it gains 1 might. Okay. Gains 1 might for every 4 spells cast. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, they're little machine guns. Yeah. Wait. Reset this enemy's minor absorb energy back to 4. Oh, okay. I'm wondering. Yeah, it makes it 0. Okay. Oh, there we go. There's the 6. And now it'll have repeat 1. Yeah, so deal 11 damage, repeat 1. Okay. Yeah, the heavy rune is paying off. Yeah. Oh, I don't have enough. I can do 1, and that'll do 22 damage. Oh, wait a minute, didn't I do 5? I thought that was 5. I thought I put a 3 and a 2 in there. Oh, it has charge. You can max once per turn. Well, that was silly. Okay. No problem. So if I do this 9 pip, it'll give it another repeat. Okay. I'm starting to get it. All right. Today is not a rerun, guys. Stop it, especially during a sponsor stream. Please don't do that. Thank you. Refrain from using that emote during a sponsor stream, you pricks. All right, let's see. Four additional damage. So this guy's going to do 37 damage. Not bad. Not bad. All right, this one has sharp as well. So he's dead. So I go here, and then I go here. If you don't take damage, you don't have to worry about it, right? That's what the guy said. Just don't take any damage and you're fine. I think you're right about that. It gets everywhere. Oh, sand. Sand gets everywhere, right? Okay, we're going to ignore Sandstorm for now. 1 weak and 1 vulnerable. Gain 5 might. Lose it at the end of turn, but the Super Bloom would work well with this. If it's repeating, it would work well because it's 5 damage every repeat. Eee. What would I replace though? You know, I'd probably replace this one since I'm not really even using it. This one just ends up being, I end up using Grounded Fist more betterer because it has a better thing. So I might replace that. Oh, this is your spell trash. Spells in the zone will be discarded when you leave this screen, so be careful. Oh, okay. There. I'll just get rid of the basic attack then. Okay. No, it says lose 5 might at the end of turn. Yes. But as long as you use the bloom first and then you use the thing, you'll get 5 bonus damage every time it repeats. I mean, on the original, and then when it repeats, and so on and so forth. gives a buff. Yes, might is a buff. The Thorned Demon. Oh, it's going to have hit back. Okay. Demon's Deal. Deal 10 damage to the player. Destroy dice for the rest of combat. What? Deal 10 damage to the player. Destroy dice for the rest of combat? What is this? What is this? Oh, fun. 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 I should have done the fun. Oh, this says... Oh, when you cast the spell. Yeah. I didn't cast it, though. Aha! That's what it is. Okay. He gives you a thorn dice. Whenever this dice is discarded, deal 10 damage to the player. I see. Oh, only a dice with a dice body. Okay, so it has to be a dice body. Okay, how about this? Okay. Okay. So it does take into account my grounded, which is nice. Okay. Okay. Where can I find out more about Archon? So well, you're in luck. Today we're doing a sponsor stream for Archon Soul. Thank you to Goblins and Polygriff for sponsoring today's stream. You can check it out now. It's available. It just came out today, just a few hours ago. Just a handful of hours ago. You might be the best player in the world if you pick it up now. You can check it out by clicking the link at the top of the chat box, or click the panel section down below the video player. Woohoo! How much am I paid? None of your business. Woo! That's right. Dead. There we go. Fertilize. That's why it's 4 or greater, gain 1 might. Otherwise, gain 1 fortitude. Oh, improves the amount of barrier gained. Okay. Oh, so Stone Strike, you can do 9 damage with 1 dice. You put a 3 pip in there, it does. Oh, but with might. Oh, with that bloom, the super bloom, that adds an extra 15 damage for every 3 pip you put in there. I mean, that's 15 damage for any dice you put in there. So if you do Stone Strike with Super Bloom, and you do a 3 pip, that's 24 damage for 1 dice, or for 2 dice. That's pretty neat. Oh, give me a 7. Elite combat or an event? Give me the event. What's the event? Use Blades of Shadow. You spot a door along the hallways slightly ajar. Peeking inside, you can see shapes on the other side of the wall. They move and shift in the torchlight like a shadow. 1 second they look like runes, the next razor-sharp blades. Will you inspect the wall more closely or from afar? %50 chance, transform randomly selected dice into Cursed Razor Body. Whenever this dice is used in combat, deal 2 damage to the player. When this body is changed during dice modification, the player loses 5 max HP. Let's gamble. No! No! As you move forward toward the wall, you are suddenly stopped in your tracks. Shadows warp around you, cutting into your flesh. You struggle to break free and eventually manage to loose yourself from the shadowy blades. Cursing your mistake, you carry on. Or you continue on. Give me another event. Eternal Decision. You come to a fork in a hallway, both with dead ends. A gate behind you shuts. In each hallway, there's a gargoyle with a dice-shaped inset in its mouth. There are plaques underneath each statue. One reads, "Nothing beats the might of an unstoppable force." The other reads, "Nothing phases the steadiness of an immovable object." Oh, unstoppable body? Okay. Next time you cast a spell that deals damage using this dice, permanently increase the amount of damage that spell does by 4. Oh, yeah. No, that's not the curse. The runes on the face. On the faces themselves are what get removed. That one has 4. That one has 3. Okay. Oh. There. I guess it's just gonna remove all the runes. Let's rest. Get some HP back. There we go. Let's shop. Sinew Body. When this dice is used in a unit ability, gain 1 might and 1 fortitude. Deal 4 damage, repeat 0. If that damage is fatal, spell's non-mechanic combat, the spell permanent gains repeat 1. That's an early card. Oh, fortitude. Barrier. Oh, that's the counterpart to the bloom. Oh, true permanent might would be great. Gain an additional spell slot. Man, so many choices. God, I'm losing it here, pal. There's so many choices. So wait a minute. With this burst, it says if a spell cast using this rune uses its last charge, make 2 ethereal dice. So that means this has a charge. So if I use the dice to cast this, a burst dice to cast it, that'll mean I get 2 dice. I get 2 free dice. I think. That's pretty cool. Does Super Bloom have a charge? Oh, it does have a charge. Oh, you're right. I can use it on either one of those. That's interesting. Is it worth 115 though? Damn, dude. You know what? I'm gonna get it. Why not? You wander into the pillow. You wander into a bedchamber, and immense sadness hangs over this place. You glance around. On the bed lies some tattered bedding and a bloody pillow. An urge to take the pillow comes over you. How strange! Across from the bed stands a chair and a table. The chair is empty, but you can't bring yourself to sit on it. The table has a small jewelry chest. Oh. Healing after boss fights is capped at 80% to 80% of your max HP. Required for true victory. Well, we already forewent that. Gain 2 dice bodies. Or gain 125 gold. I already have one. Give me the gold. Okay. Okay, that took 5 max HP, but that's okay. Okay. Spells caster, spells countdown is produced. Reroll this dice, yes. There you go. Booyah! I think. Booyah? Maybe booyah? Boona? Okay. Remember to super bloom before you topple. And stone strike. Okay. I think we're probably gonna get wrecked here. The Demon of Misfortune is impenetrable. This unit cannot take damage this turn. Oh, nice. Oh, he's gonna give me shit dice. He's gonna give me poo-poo dice that I have to deal with. I don't even know what to do. Like, I can't even make this work. Oh, if I do this, okay, the next time you cast a spell that deals damage using this dice. Okay. Oh, that deals damage. I'm not going to deal any damage. Increase that amount of damage the spell does by 4. That would be awesome for this. All right, let's see what happens. Okay, hold on. Let me just make sure I got this right. Permanently increase the amount of damage that spell does by 4. Oh. Oh, this doesn't do any damage. This does damage. But this doesn't do any damage. It deals damage based on the face that you put on it, so it's not going to increase anything. I could do it on this. On the grounded fist or the top of the spire. Let's try it. Yep, deal 15 damage. Okay. So it did increase it by 4. Whenever a spell using this room gives a buff, give 1 additional stack. So, if I do this and do Grounded Fist, I'll gain 3. I should gain 3 stacks of Grounded. I did. I went from 5 to 8. Oh my god, he gives me 3 fucking shit dice? 3 of them? 3? Okay, Thorn Body we're used to. 10 damage to the player. Loses 1 Fortitude. Loses 1 Might. Oh my god. Yeesh. And he's gonna do 19 damage with 20, and he's gonna do 20 shield. Yes, you can get rid of them with the Demon's Deal. So I'd be taking 30 damage to get rid of these guys, or I deal with their side effects. Yeah, Might and Fort. I bet they can go into negatives. Yeah, for sure. Oh, you can get rid of one of them, right? Because it's, yeah. Oh, goody. Oh! Oh. Oh, well. I misread it. I thought you put the dice in there and then you pick one, but no, the one that goes in there is destroyed. Foolish fool. I'm a foolish fool. Wait. Yes. Okay, so this is doing 20 damage per. Well, oh, just for right now. Oh, and this recycle. If I keep using it, it'll keep coming back. Right. If you cast a spell with consume. Yeah, I didn't mind doing that. Okay. Comes back. I get more grounded. Comes back. Oh, it doesn't come back this time. Okay. Oh, it rolled a different face. Ah, right, okay. Yeah, well, I don't have anything else to do, so I'm just gonna give myself... Oh, why don't I get 15? Oh, because I already took damage from the... Oh, from these stupid dice. Right. These stupid dice. Oh, it has to be... All right, it has to be an edge dice. Okay. 2 ethereal dice. Let's go. That'll be 15. That'll be 21 damage, right? Oh, it's just 15. Oh, because my might is down. Right. Okay. This is rough, dude. This is rough, man. This is rough. Okay, so I use that on that, and then I'll take 10 damage no matter what. Like if I end my turn or I use it, I'll take 10 damage. Yeah. I would assume so. Yeah. Me too. So I might as well just use it to get 3 barrier and take 7 rather than 10. Yeah, okay. Oh, he's got 20. Goddamn stupid. Oh, wait a minute. When you cast a spell with consume. Oh, consume. I don't have anything with consume. I just have charges. This is a different thing. Okay, that worked. That worked nicely. Plus 8 damage, so that's 17. Well, that'll, okay. I think I got him. Yeah, I do got him. Yeah, I got him. Let's get out of here. Let's go home, y'all. Let go. Let go. Yeah, I accidentally did the right thing with the fortitude dice. Yeah, maybe. Not bad. 2 bosses down for 1 run for first run. Pretty good. Pretty good. I kicked its ass. Okay, let's see. Players 50 or more barrier. Nope. Make DV new dice for the rest of combat and discard them. Deal 4 times DV damage to the player. Make dice value new dice for the rest of combat, then discard them. Deal 4 times DV damage to the player. Oh, otherwise gain 9 barrier. That's true. Didn't even think about that. Yeah. And the Sandstorm build looks pretty fun. So gain 3 dice and take 12 damage if the face is a 3. Okay, so you can do it 1. You can do it 1 time. So if the dice is a 1, gain 3 dice. I don't like anything that damages me, though. I know it might be short-sighted, but you know what? I think I'm gonna take that because this barrier, I have too high of dice. All my dice are gonna be like almost all my dice are. Oh, this one lost its. Oh, it lost its everything. Okay. Yeah, this dice is almost always going to be rolling over a 5, so. And it has a countdown too, which is also good. Ooh, another 9er. Give me that 9er. You screwed me last time on the gamble, dude. All right, let's go. Random dice faces. Immortal and Force. Strength body. Ooh. Spells cast using this dice deal 50% more damage and gain 50% more barrier. Oh, hell yeah. There you go. Sure. I have one just regular old dice. Oh, I need the 1 pips though for my personal ability, don't I? Yeah. Man, and I thought I would use Stone Strike more, but I don't have any like. Well, I do kind of now. Okay, maybe Stone Strike. Like, I just wasn't drawing my lower pip dice. Oh my God, you're right. I should have done that on this immutable body. No, why was I? Where were you 5 minutes ago, Negro? God damn it! Where were you? Shit! Polygriff, forgive me. Achoo! Oh, sorry. I sneezed and closed the game. I want to see what happens. I hate when that happens. Achoo! See, I got the sneezes. I just want to see where it saves the game. Ha ha! Ha ha! Yeah! Oh, I only have one place I can put it though. Oh no, I don't. Watch this. Yep. Blorp. Put it on that, and then boom! Immortal. There we go. That's what we wanted. Deals fatal damage, gain 5 max HP. Permanently remove the activation. Nope. It's got immutable body now. Runes cannot be added or removed. Wait a minute. Oh, on activation, yeah, during combat. Haha, during combat. I wasn't cheating. That's not cheating. I had a sneeze. What do you want from me? No, come on, guys. You know that most deck building roguelikes, the Alt F4 is a good friend to you. It was totally just an accent. Completely. No, I messed up and I should have some leeway on how I can rectify that mess up. I would never save scum. Never. All right. Show no mercy. Whenever this unit takes damage from a spell, deal damage to the player equal to this unit's retaliate. Oh, okay, so it's got a countdown. I have five turns to beat this thing. And it does 10 retaliate. Interesting. Oh, this guy sucks. So he's gonna, for every time I hit him, he's gonna hit me for 10? Okay. Okay. Fun fact, the very first feedback that ever got filled out just said remove the sacrifice. That one extra might is gonna stick because the removal is a debuff. If you had Zeke, if you had to not forget to wishlist one game, which would you choose? I choose Archon Soul, man. It's available today. It just came out a few hours ago. Go pick it up. Click the link at the top of the chat. Got him. I made my shit work, man. I made it work. Skip it. No, not remaining rewards. Just that one. Oh, what? Remaining reward? 2. Man, these sneezes are getting real bad. This sneezes, oh man, it's allergy season. It's terrible. Terrible. Whew. Man, my nose is all plugged. Oh man, so it's just terrible. You might be disappointed where the game saved. I might be. That's all right. That's okay. We made a mistake. We didn't read before we clicked buttons. No, I'm not like other streamers, Polygriff. I'll say it's a sneeze, but I will not deny the fact that I am a save scummer. I am a dirty, rotten, disgusting, low human being of a gamer who save scums all the time. Anybody who save scums, you should feel ashamed of yourself. Especially if your name rhymes with Bo Barnage. And I didn't hear that. Beautiful. Yeah, here in about 5 minutes, CDPR, I'll get your soundbite. Okay, let's see. The shroom does base power for this unit's attack are equal to the player's barrier. Oh, okay. Whenever a dice is re-rolled, this unit gains might equal to symbiosis. Okay. If no other enemies are dead, kill this enemy. Yeah, I'm low on the top of the spire thing. I don't have a 4. I need a 4. Something to get it to 10 to repeat it. Okay. Get him out of here. Yep, just kill. Yep, I can just kill. Yep. Just, it takes me a bit longer to do the math than most people, but I got it. Whenever a spell is consumed, oh, it's a one-time thing? Okay. Poisonous rune is less charge. Okay. I'll take the hexproof. Event! Always give me the event! Nihilism. You find yourself in a pitch black area of the palace, wandering a bit aimlessly trying to get through. You begin to lose hope when you are greeted by a set of large white eyes.
There is power in nothing. Embrace the void and you will be rewarded.
All faces on chosen dice gain Nile rune. Dice faces with this rune cannot be rolled. So it just removes a dice? Yeah, you just invalidate a dice? And I lose 16 HP? Like, I'm not understanding this. All faces on chosen dice gain Nile rune. And then die face with this rune cannot be rolled. No, it says all faces on the chosen dice. In order to not roll a cursed die. Yeah, but I don't have, like, in order to add faces, it's before battle. When you add runes, it's before battle. So I choose a dice, and it seems like if I chose this one, I wouldn't roll it because they'd all gain the Nile rune. And that means dice faces with this rune cannot be rolled. Nile rune means the face with that rune cannot be rolled. A dice with all Nile faces will not be rolled. So it eliminates a dice. I mean, let's just find out. Let's find out. I'm going to give it to my dice with no border on it and see what happens. While exploring side passage, a glimpse of power. While exploring the side passage, you come across a demon adorned in gold gems. He asks, "Hello, friend. Would you care for a taste of power? You would be part of... Oh, taste of the power you would be part of should you prove yourself to the Archon soul. I don't take gold, but my price isn't unreasonable. You have a feeling the price might be a little unreasonable. Gain a random Archon spell. Give random equipped or reserved spell charge 1. Oh. That's actually better. You screwed up, sir. You gave Super Bloom. I can do it twice now. Bah! All enemies become frogs. Boss enemies not affected. Permanently destroy this spell. All enemies become frogs. One of your spells is a bit of a struggle to cast now, and that's what you think. But in return, you learn a spell beyond the capabilities of most mages. All right, we're over the sponsor time, so let's see what an elite combat feels like, and let's see what it feels like to make them a frog. Chaos Moss. All right. Step upon. Kills this enemy. That was easy. Right on. Is it gone now forever? It is gone. Okay. It's used once. One-time use. On an elite enemy, not bad. Not a bad use for it, to be honest. Give him the old Dune drop. Ah, fuck. All right. That's okay. 4s are good. We want 4s. Deals 9 damage to each enemy if you discard this dice from your hand. Anyway, each turn increases by 5 for each boss floor. If you change the rune and you're now a 6, you'll always roll it. I get it now. I get that. I'll always roll the 6. Because you can change out runes. I didn't even think about that, man. I'm going to give that hexproof, that 6 a hexproof. Oh yeah, additional spell slot in combat. Yeah, you bet. Man. Ooh. Okay. I don't need this. I don't need a new Vic. I don't need it. Oh shit. Whoops. I should have read the thing though. Sorry. I just saw the thing and okay. I knew it was like for the true ending. My bad. Now I will always roll a hexproof on this dice. That's kind of cool, right? Every time I roll this dice, I'm going to get a hexproof. I think because all the other ones are hexed or Nile. So this dice will only roll the 6 and the 6 has hexproof on it. I think. Good sound effects though. Really fun on those dice. Oh, consume. Oh, consume. I don't have anything with the consume. Oh, that's countdown. Yeah, consume. I don't have consume. This does. That does actually. Never mind. The bloom has consumed. The dice face to the right of this rune is rolled 3 times more likely to be rolled. Okay. Oh yeah. Haha, you bet. Now give me all the spells. I get all of them now. Yay! All right, wish me luck. The origin of sickness. Gives the player 10 max HP, heal the player for 40% of the max HP, destroy dice for the rest of combat. Oh, okay. Oh, debuff though. Okay. Oh, I hate feeding it a 6. I hate feeding the Super Bloom a 6. Spells cast or spells countdown is reduced. Re-roll this dice, right. So that's got to recycle on it. Okay. Yeah. Charging. Oh, if it's fatal, right. Wait, did my hexproof just go away? It was right here, now it's gone? Looks like. Oh, it negated the lose 5 might. Oh, from Super Bloom. Okay. Right. Okay, so I do have 10 might now, though, so that's nice. So that's gonna do, yeah, 39 damage for every 3 I put in there. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Okay, so this sharp. Okay, so, oh, that's, all right. So that will do 53. That'll also do 53, so it doesn't really matter. Okay. Okay. So, oh, might stays though. Well, shit. Three and 9. Yeah. Oh, and that's all. That's it. Super Bloom is done. Okay. Yeah, permanent 15 might though, and yeah, 15 barrier at all times too. Oh shit! Get out of here! Get out of here! You yeah! I crush you! All right. Since you beat another boss, you now have 5 more permanent damage on that one die, right? I think so. Deal damage equal to your barrier. Eh. Sandstorm, nah. I don't need another topple, right? I don't need another one of those, right? Give me 2 randos. Okay. Give me 2 randos. And let's see. Oh, when this dice is using a unit ability, gain 1 might and 1 fortitude. So, if I just discard it from my hand. Okay. If I don't use that dice. I'll get 12 protection. Yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah. Give me some chests. Okay. So I get 1 random rare spell, which or one of each dice face. So I get a 1 through 6. Which, oh, you get 1 through 9? Oh, okay. That makes it different. So I do that one there, 6 and then there. I don't have enough. 6, 6. I'm going to be 1 short. You got to be kidding me. I'm going to be 1 short. Because I take this one and put it in the 7. I take the 6 and the 1, I put in the 7. I take 1, 6, put it here. 1, 6, put it here. And then I have, 3 and 1. I have 3 and 1 left for the last fucking dice. For the last fucking thing. God damn it, I'm 1 short. Yes, you can combine. Yeah, absolutely. But this one has to go on a 7, right? And then I do 6 and 1 to get it exact on the 7. So these 3 are gone. Oh, only dice faces with a value of 5. Oh, can be placed here. Oh, yeah. No, there's no fucking way I'm getting that then. No fucking way. I can't. There's no possible way. Never mind that. Doesn't matter. Oh, and only dice faces with a value of 7 or more. How do they expect you to get this? Yeah, I just can't do that one. Yeah, okay. Okay, Spellgraft. Another random spell gains repeat 1 until the end of combat. Oh. Okay, Phase of the Rune is not bad now. I get a lot of those. But I have quite a few. One pip dice. Sure. Shop. Oh my god, what is this? Am I like at the end of 1 run? Oh my god, I might make it to the end of 1 run. I mean, I'm not saying I'll win, but Spell slot, let's go. Okay. Get in there, Undergrowth. Wait a minute. Okay, whatever. Doesn't really matter. This is for a unit ability. Yeah, okay. So that's what I'll use this for. Unit abilities. Then what? Nope, not you. Put you there. Whenever a spell using this rune deals unblocked damage, oh, gain that much HP. So this guy. Oh, it sucks, but this might be the last thing, so I probably should change the immortal thing to the vampire thing. Yeah. There. Okay. We have officially changed it. All right, Avatar of the Soul. Let's go, Archon Soul. 610. I hope you don't mind if I play this game a little longer than the sponsor stream. Goblins, who sponsored today's stream, thank you. I hope you don't mind if I play it a bit longer. He's going to hit me for 30 and then curse me for 4. Cursing 4 of the player's dice. Cursed dice are not rolled during your next turn. And that probably has nothing to do with like this, right? I probably can't hexproof it. Reset burden to 0. Whenever player casts a spell, increase burden by 1. Burden reaches 15, increase exertion cost by 1. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Wait a minute. Oh, 50% more damage, 50% more barrier. Okay. Okay. God damn. So he took away 4 of my fucking dice, man. Yeesh. No, those aren't ones. He didn't take away faces. He took away dice. He's gonna do 36 damage to me. Okay. Oh, adds 1 exertion. Okay, so he's gonna do 2 damage to me. I see. And he has 4 hexproof. What gain repeat? I didn't even see what gain repeat won. Was it the top of the spire that gained repeat just now? Oh, Stone Strike has repeat 3 now. Well, that'll be nice if I ever draw a fucking 3. Oh, consume. Oh no! God, I fucked up so bad. Only 1 use. Yep, I fucked up. Oops. That's 80. That's an 80 hit, which is nice. Okay, 11. 44, so I have to do it 4 times. Or not. I thought I could just keep going on that. I don't know why I discarded. I didn't see why I discarded those at the end. Oh, the avatar ended my turn. Okay. You hit 15 spells in the end of my turn. Got it. Okay. 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 And there's my health back. Look at that. That vampire. Woo! Came at the right time. Okay, I got 2 hexproof now. Okay. $33 damage. That'll do 32 twice. Yeah. 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 Now, I think my best bet is to put this one in the topple and just have it ready for next time. Because I can't do any more damage. I don't have one that does damage. And he's not going to hit me. Okay. And there it is, baby. Let's go. Woo! Vampirism saved the day. You have proven your strength. However, you do not yet have the will to become one with the power of the soul. So you must try again. How's that for a mother flipping sponsor stream? 1 run, 1 victory. Let's go. You picked the right MFer to do this. Woo! That feels good. Feels good. I'm just built different, that's all. It took you more than 2 hours, so the contract was voided. Yeah, no, you're right. It wasn't a real victory because I Alt F4'd twice. You're right. You're right. When you're right, you're right. I did. Only one of them had any consequences. All right. Not bad. Not bad. More stats. Total damage blocked. I don't block. I don't block. Run recap. Hell yeah. Oh, the seed is it's the tutorial seed. That's great. Perfect. Wasn't even the real seed. But I unlocked the Pyromancer, the one who I wanted to do anyways. A mage who burned his way out of prison wields the power of many flames. He seeks the soul's power to inflict pain on those who have wronged him in the past. Hell yeah. Let's go. I got a bunch of new cards. Some new runes unlocked. New dice bodies. Damn, son. Oh, hey, look, there. You get the credits roll. Look at that. Is that you? Oh, Polygriff, I get it. Griffin, that's your name. Ah, I get it now. That's great. Did over 4K on my first run, but I spent so much time on the demo that I was quite familiar with the game. Hell yeah, dude. Good to hear. Okay, we got a couple of redeems to do here. This is for you guys. Oh, wait, you know what? We'll let the credits roll. As soon as the credits are done, we'll unalert the mutes. Oh, yeah. That's my name, baby. That's me. Once again, I want to thank gorillas. Excuse me, goblins. I want to thank Goblins and Polygriff for sponsoring today's stream. Archon Soul is available now. Fun little deck builder, dice builder, roguelike game. You can click that link at the top of the chat box, or it was there. But now it's still down below in the panel section if you want to click that. Thank you so much for being here. That is going to do it for today's sponsored. We done did it. I hope I did you proud. All right, now we're going to unalert the mutes. And they're all going to come fast and furious.
A, B, C easy as 1, 2, 3. Simple as do, re, me. A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. Baby you and music.
Oh shit. His lyric must be playing it or something.
Ahoy card and dice lovers. Zeke card Zika vibe.
Wow, 11K? Sheesh. All right.
That's the look that keeps me coming back. Slacked jaw and wonder.
There we go. Let's see. For the people I was talking to before, for the people who subbed during the sponsor stream, thank you to Blossoming Grass, King Dano, Held the House Builder, Gresh82, Captain Wilhelm, Lord Baguette, Assegius, Socks, and Dravian Gaming. Thank you so much. And now, we do it.
Hi, my name is what? My name is Coco.
And we do it one more time for Omicron.
Hi, my name is My name is what? My name is Coco.
There we go. Perfect. Nice work. Oh, it's a French streamer playing in the game category. Okay. A big Frenchie. Oh shit, there's an update. What happened? What are we doing? Oh, endless mode? I wonder what they updated. All right. That sound is just art, right, Cleeth? Yeah, it is. It is. Okay, we're gonna play Photomaly. We're gonna start from the beginning and we're gonna play it all the way through because it's just, I mean, apparently it's not that long, just a few hours. But before we get into it, your boy does have to go to the bathroom, so let me take a pee-pee real quick, and we'll be right back. Oh, thank you, Polly. Thank you for showing up, man. It's always awesome when devs show up to the chat. I hope you had a good time. I hope I showed off your game as best I could.
You're a cunt!
And that people enjoyed it as much as I did.
The main story for this game only takes 1.5 hours according to How Long to Beat.
Yeah.
But on How Long for Zeke, it shows about 4 hours.
About 4 hours. That's what I'm hoping, man. I'm hoping. And if it doesn't take that long, or if it doesn't fill up the rest of the stream, we've got Moldrise that we can do. We've got Incident at Galley House. We've got Desktop Explorer. I want to check out all three of those a little bit more. Vincent giving a sub to Slowpoke Zach. Oh, shut up. Apparently, oh yeah, never mind. Okay, let's go. New game, story mode. Yes, we're gonna start from the beginning. Oh, I gotta turn on the ads again. Thank you for reminding me. Nope. Thank you. Oh, I should probably change. This. Well, nope, not you. S team /a/ 4286120.
Welcome to the photo studio.
Shut up. He also forgot to turn off the humor tag. Shut up. C2.
Hi, my name is what? My name is Coco Carnage.
Indeed. Shut up.
This is Co-Carnage.
God damn it, dude.
Carnage. Make sure to wish
Whose channel is this even?
What have I
done?
What have I
I swear to God, Cole gets mentioned in more of my channel than he does in his own. Oh, it was ad? What? Wait, where is it? Oh, you did redeemed. Add a sound sample to the soundboard. Was that an act? Oh, Rick Sitz, I took your money. Oh, you misclicked. Oh, fuck, dude. I just saw C2 and I'm like, all right, I play it. Fuck, man. I don't know how to give. I don't know if I can give you like channel points. I'll tell you what, Rick Sitz, if you come up with one that you want to add, let me know. I will keep it in mind that I owe Rick Stitch a soundbite. I could refund if I didn't, or I saw C2 and I just clicked redeem. We both fucked up. Vince, oh no, never mind. Oh, right. You gotta turn on the lights. Or not. Oh, fuse box back alley, right. Oh, right there. You know, I played this for an hour and I never used that broom again. Oh, when I was a kid, my dad never wanted me to go in this room. I wonder what's in there. I've been waiting a long time for the shop to reopen. I want a photo where I look handsome. Too bad, buddy. Zeke doesn't do it. Say we'll leave. Oh, shave my eyebrow? Nope. Not happening. Oh, you made a okay. Hold on. Made a request for the soundboard. Could you add the counting one back on the board? Counting one. I mean, that's a bits one. I'm wondering if you're talking about a different one though. Yeah, counting to 11 is 1100 bits. Vincent, thank you for giving a sub to PUSSSY. Yeah, there was a sponsor stream before this, so I just restarted this from Indie Day. I just wanted to play through it from the beginning to the end. I guess I'm just waiting for customers. Yeah, okay. Applying for a passport, take the photo. Yep, I can do that. I was gonna say, what the fuck's happening? Oh shit. Oh my god, okay. I knew that was gonna happen. I was like, oh, did I skip the jump scare? Nope. Apparently I didn't. Holy fucking did it again. Damn it. I knew both of those were coming and they still got me. Printed a photo of me where I look awful on my missing person poster. I wanted to take a better one. Oh yeah, they did, right? Where was that? There it is, right there. Missing person poster. There he is. Give me. God damn. You're on a roll, Scott. Yeah, you are. Good job. Shitbox has got this minute. Thank you, Cartwright. Boom. Goodbye. Oh, he's got a pose for his album cover, right? Here we go. It's gonna be great. Oh, he's doing the fist thing. Yeah. Posture check for them shoulders. Okay. All right, kills. All right, you got it. Okay, posture's good. Oh, not me? Oh, okay. You're talking to, oh, the people in game. Oh, yeah, yeah. I see. I see. Oh, turn the fan on, of course. Yo, what up? ICP in the house. I need to get a photo taken that I can use for a job application. Oh. He's gone. Ah, shit. Holy shit. Kelzabub, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Thank you for checking your Prime. Hey, you can check your Prime too, don't you think? Yeah, go ahead. Go check the Prime.
Hail Berserker!
Thank you, Kel. My friends at school claim I do not show up in photos. I need a photo as proof to them. Where'd that fucking clown go? Vincent giving a sub. Use your Prime sub right now. Can you just hang out for a second, buddy? I gotta grab something real quick. Okay. Hold on. I miss my wife so much, I want to take a photo for her. If we reunite someday, I want to give it back to her. Or I want to give it to her. You got it, friend. Oh my God, look at that. What is it? Is something wrong with the photo? Yes, I can see a woman. No, for a second, I thought you were someone else. Yes, I can see a woman. Saying things out loud can be a problem for some people. Okay, that was weird. He didn't even pay me. I took his picture and he didn't pay me. What the fuck? I'm not doing this for free. Steeko Frock, thank you for the 21 months. I appreciate that. Vincent giving a sub to the Handbill.
Hail Berserkers!
Appreciate that. I will not shave my eyebrows, guys. There's nothing that will make me shave my eyebrows. Just telling you that right now. Where's that goddamn clown? Yeah. Shut up. Ah, there he is. Don't ask questions, just listen. I know what you saw last night. The previous owner, your father, worked with us. Now it's your turn. Take this key and this film roll. I'll be back to collect the printed results. Don't mention me or what we talked about to anyone. We'll meet again soon. Okay, develop photos. Yep, do the steps, step by step, and then hang them up, and then put them in an envelope. Got it. Vince giving a sub to shave your eyebrows, hipster. Shut the fuck up. You and Scott should just fucking blow each other and have a time of your life. I'm wondering if I leave the heart, because I took it last time. I'm wondering if I just leave that, she'll leave me alone. Don't like follow me and stuff. I need to redo my ID. Take my photo in the correct size? You bet. God damn, what is it with you shaving eyebrows? It doesn't even do anything for you. I know for a fact that you like golden showers and scat porn. You don't get off on shaved eyebrows. Oh, degradation. But it's usually you being degraded, isn't it? And long nipples. Oh, the red light. Yeah, leave the red light on. Photo light. All right. Totally forgot about that. Hold on, I'll be with you in just a minute. Yeah, but what if kink shaming is my kink? One more minute, sorry. Almost done back here. Don't worry, I don't jerk off to customers' photos. These are my personal photos that I'm jerking off to. Okay. I'm done jerking it. What can I do for you? I took some photos for my New Year planner. Can you develop them? Oh, yeah. Sure. Oh, I can only carry 3 at a time. Ugh. This takes forever. So where you keep the nudies? The nudies of what? Of me? Wait, that's a graduation photo? The $100 bills? Hope I don't go into debt for that. That picture gets less and less blurry. It's very weird. Oh, let me grab my camera. Hold on. What's up? The photos I take of myself look terrible. Can you take a good one? You betcha. Look at that. I even got the lights in the backdrop. Oh, Chris Angel, baby. Jeez, oh, Mizo, he's a fucking magician. Boo! Or bro! How'd I turn out? Does it look good? Oh shit, I didn't even look at the ink. I hope we have enough ink. How much is ink? $30. Okay. Well, come on now. Did you do that, bitch? Oh, hi. Fuck you, dude. Now run away, you dick. Go ahead, run away. Hey now. Hey now. What's this nonsense? Listen, kid, they say I need to put a profile photo on that Zuck book thing. Take one for me. Okay, he's a sassy king, man. Oh yeah, I watched the session. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, I watched it a while ago, a couple weeks ago. I enjoyed it thoroughly. One? Homie? Did it bug out? Oh, okay. Maybe that didn't count as a good photo. Alright, it was fine. Oh wow, it was almost out of ink. Look at that. Perfect. I am a journalist. I have some news photos. They need to be developed without showing anyone. Please help me and do not call the police. Sounds good, man. Have I tried to use brush or edit at all? I have not. Why is it not working? Oh, do I have to go? There we go. Yeah, it's just... I mean, it's about as fun as MS Paint. And that's not real fun. For me, at least. I'm sure there's a lot of people who really enjoyed it a lot. But I wasn't one of them. Stop doing that! Please. Your heart is gone. Ow.
If Scott gave you eyebrow crabs, would you shave them? Zeke think.
Yes, I would. Thank you, Xiaoman Tao. Xiaoman Tao, thank you very much for the resub of 14 months. Okay. I looked at them. Are you mad? Apparently not. Yeah, okay. Right. There's a kitty. Or a raccoon. Or something in the garbage. Hi. Dear, I do not have any color photos. Can you take a color photo of me? Yes. What year are we living in? There. Oh. Nope. Oh. What the fucking shit? Are you okay? I don't think I'm feeling very well. Did we turn out that bad? We? She knows. I should go to bed. Get some sleep. Or not. Oh, I gotta close the shop. Right, I gotta close the shop first. Now I can sleep. Here we go. What up, Lee McGee? Oh, I'm awake. Look through the peephole. Is this a horror game? Yes, I believe so.
You're a cunt!
I am a cunt. Thank you. Have you seen Below Rusted Gods? I have not. Put it on my suggestions. For Indie Saturday and If Then this weekend.
I can't sub 155. Thanks for the 2 jokes, 13 years, Sammy Hagar.
Good lord. Yeti Elder, think of the 155 months. Oh, she's watching over me as I sleep. Thank you. Yes, Indie Fat Turd Day. That's exactly right. No, I think I got the best photo up front. I think I do. Anything in the trash? Nope. Okay. All right, let's open up another wonderful day here in the Photoshop. There you are. Oh, the dev for that game came in chat earlier today saying it was out. I guess they're trying to get some traction by mentioning it in chats. Okay. I respect the hustle, man. I'm here to pick up the photos from the film roll I gave you yesterday. Alright. Stop! Drop! Open up Photoshop! Whoa! No! That's not where that eye goes! Sorry. Not bad. We can move on to the next stage. We installed special cameras around the shop. Check them from your computer during the shift. If you spot something abnormal, go there, photograph it, then transfer it to the PC and report it. No mistakes. We'll meet again soon. I took some photos over the weekend. Can transfer you USB drive. Yeah, I got you. Four by 6, one each. Okay. Report the anomaly. That'll do, pig. I want a photo of the pose to be used on hospital walls. Oh, karate chop you. Wait. Look at that photo. It's even coming in more and more better.
One teddy tree.
Who was that? Ja with 133. Oh, and Yeti Elder before that. I can't sub. 155. 2 jokes, 13 years, Sammy Hagar. That's not an anomaly. That's a dude. The girl I met online asked for a full body photo of me. Hope you can take it. Doop doop whoop boop doop 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 doop. Skip skip whoop. boop, doop, doop, doop. One moment, sir. Evidence will do. All right, he wants a 3x4. 3 of them. I love that it's just his legs. What's up, homie? Found this film roll in my grandpa's keepsake box. Can you print the photos? You bet. Is it of your grandma? Oh, I bet it's of his grandma's titties. Do you really want to develop these, man? If they're hidden, some things that are hidden should stay hidden. I learned that from Gandalf. Gandalf's big naturals? You bet. Big titty Gandalf. That's who I'm talking about. Oh, hold on. Let me look at these real quick. Nope. No grandma's big titties, unfortunately. Yeah, the timer circles show up in the cameras. Isn't that funny? Oh, there he is. Anomaly evidence will do. Stanson, take a hot photo of me. All right, Grandma, you got it. Show me what you got. Show me what you're working with. There's some talking. I have sworn I heard someone say something out there. There you go, lady. Hold on, I'll talk to you in a second. What's up, bud? Yep, and now we're stuck in the back rooms. Yep, we got a weeping angel. There it is. She does kind of cheat. Yeah, that's true. Oh, you fucking bitch. That was close. I have done this part before, so I kind of know what's going on. You take her picture and it slows her down, stuns her for a time. Ah, fuck me.
Boo.
Up 2, over 1, up 1, over 1, up 1, over 1, up. Ah! No, over 2. Whoops. Up 2, over 1, up 1, over 1, up 1, over 2, up 1. Yep, and then all the way this way to the end. Okay. I should close the shop and get some sleep. Every time. Oh, I gotta close first. There we go. Nope, they didn't even pay me for that. Didn't even pay me. Yo, Karagard, thank you for the 21 months. Boo to you! No, I did 3 out of 3 for the day. They give you a counter. All right. Oh my God, right. Right. I forgot. Don't you jump out at me, you piece of shit.
This guy fucks pictures and demons. This guy fucks pictures and demons. Oh wait. This one may be accurate. Fuck.
Yep. Ah, shit, this guy. What you want, buddy? Your reports are going well. Keep it up. New photos came in. Print them like last time. I'll be back tomorrow to collect them. Your daily quotas increased, so don't forget to check the cameras often. Yep, hold on 1 second. I'll be right with you. Creepy photos. Who was that? Father Bod J Dog. Thank you for the 47 months. Almost 4 years, baby. All right, one more moment, sir. Sorry. Okay, what can I do for you? My man, take a charismatic photo of me and let our reputation grow. Okay. That is charismatic. Damn charismatic, if I do say so myself. Oh, where's our lady? Where's our mannequin friend? See, there it is. This is the one that glitched out on me last time. Well, it certainly did not do that last time. There we go. The floating pinata ghost. You're welcome. Yep, evidence will do. Thank you. 2 by 3. You want one, dude? Just one? Man. Almost not even worth my time, homie. Oh, that's right. You only wanted one photo. Ass. Yes, sir. I've never had a photo taken before. I'm curious. This will be my first. Okay. There you are. What is that thing? Little naked shower clown. Evidence will do. 2 by 3. 8 of them. That's what I'm talking about. You're welcome, Calc Dave. I'm glad you like it. I enjoy it myself. Yo, what's up, buddy? I worked with your father before. I hope you're as good as he was. I need some document prints. You can print them from this USB. You know it. Son of a bitch! There's a trash can inside? No, the trash can inside gets full. And when you have the full trash can, it'll bag by the side of the trash can, and then you throw it in the dumpster. Trust me. It's a mechanic in the game. They use it to jump scare you. Oh, they flashy thing me, these bastards. Excuse me, sir. Hold on. One moment. There's someone pooping in my toilet. Jesus Christ! You're not an anomaly! Hey, can't you see the door's closed? Wait, what? I thought this was a public restroom. Anyway, I'm done already. Thanks. That's a big shit. Perfect. Perfect. I'm flying over Colorado right now. I think you see your old house. There's someone in a gray hat lurking in the bushes. I presume it is Scott. Oh. Oh, yeah. Sorry, officer. One more moment, please. It's a, yeah, horror-ish, creepy game, yeah. You wouldn't be far off calling it a horror game. The neighborhood safety is my job. How are things going? I don't feel safe. Glad to hear there's no trouble. I need a photo taken for the new police posters. I'm gonna just walk right in here. Four by six, four of them. If you need anything, I'll be on duty at the corner all night. Just step out and call for me. Will do, pal. Thanks. I don't know why I need frames, but I'm getting them anyways. Oh, on the radio. Oh, I can't hear on the radio. Oh, there's a kitty! Kitty in the washroom!
OMG, it's me, wooga wooga wooga.
Thank you, Dr. Phil! I'm reporting this cat! I'm reporting the cat! Bingo, done. Alright, what you want? Alright, took some photos for a house I'm selling. Can I get prints of them? You bet. Four by six, one each. There you go, sir. You have yourself a wonderful day. Alonzo Harris with 3 months and the primes up. All the primes coming through. Also, Brewmaster Beach, thank you for the tier 3. I didn't even realize it was a tier 3 resub. Thank you for 57 months of tier 3-age. Don't forget this weekend, Saturday, Indie Saturday. And if then this week, because it's the first Saturday of the month, it just happens to be the first of the month. So come on out, grab your gift subs and your resubs, all that shit. And give me your indie game suggestions. That photo, though. What if I take a photo of that photo? Oh, did it say I should close up for the day? Jesus Christ. Can I plunge it? Can I flush it? Can I do anything? Well, turn off the light, I guess, so I don't have to look at it. I need a poop knife for this. Alright, I got 4 or 4. Yeah, 4 or 4. Oh, what?
You should report that poo.
What happened? Okay, guys, there's only so many rooms I can go in. Maybe I need to do the security cam. Maybe that's what triggers the next thing. Ah, there we go. It is. It's actually hooked up to my microphone. Hey, we saw someone running in the back alley. I think he bolted when he saw us. You seem safe for now. Still, don't forget to lock your door. I should close the shop and get some sleep. Before I do, though.
Asshole mio, oh sada mia.
That's right. Thank you, one on our paper hanger for 50 bucks. 50 bucks? 50 months, I mean? Not 50 bucks. Dance for me and then we'll talk. Oh, I see your face now, you bald bitch. Blorp! You know, I think that thing would be fun in other places. I'm not saying what other places, but it could be fun. Use your imagination. The turd is still there. Really? Like the back of a Volkswagen? Nice Clerks or Mallrats reference, dude. Where is my mannequin friend? She is not here. I'm kind of upset. They get PTO, man. All right. Come on in, guy. There you are. Come on in. I'm here to pick up the photos from the film roll I gave you yesterday. Yep, I got it. Right here. Boop. Now kiss me. Say you love me. Great. You're even better at this than your father. Either way. Oh my God. Can you say that again, please? You're even better at this than your father. Oh. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's so nice to hear. At kissing? That is not nice to hear. Oh, that just totally took away all of my joy. Either way, today's your last chance. I want you to fill your anomaly quota. If you succeed today, you'll be rewarded. Oh, today's my last chance. Okay. So when I left off, I only had one more day left, huh? Okay. Yeah, weird. I think after the backrooms thing. Oh, the lights are even responding to him. Oh, he's got a little Walkman on his side there. This mega Chad right here. You got what you need. Let's get this done. One portrait, or one landscape, 4x6. He was doing it. Nope, nothing yet. Oh. There we go. That'll do. I took photos of my pet. Can I get a large print of each one? Your pet blue whale? Or humpback whale? Oh, fuck off. Hope you don't mind, I saved one. The globe is spinning. With a cat? I think that's a cat? Alright, good. That'll do. Hey, my guy. People say you're really good at this. Prove it. Three by four, 8 of them, huh? Can't believe it. They were right. You're amazing. Wait a second. I thought you worked alone. Who's that behind you? Fucking dick. What are y'all? You got out without paying that piece of shit. That's funny. So that's what that feels like. Oh, there we go. Hold on. I'll be right back. I got a clown problem. I put out clown traps, but they don't seem to work. Jesus Christ. Hey, that did work. Good. Cool. What you need, baby? I tried plugging this into my computer, but I couldn't see the photos inside. Can you fix it? Oh my god. She doesn't even know what a roll of film is. Fucking millennials. Oops. Nope, not you. You. Sounds like something jumping on my bed. Oh. Oh, yep, there we go. Oh, yes, you got it in the camera, and my face and my pants are full of poopy now. No more monkeys jumping on the bed. Is that it? There we go. 4 out of 4. Let's go. Do you believe in fate, Neo? I need a photo I can immortalize. Okay. Sure. You know what? Before we do that, let me try something.
Eat my asshole!
How do I... What do I even do with the frame box? Oh, those are envelopes, idiot. God damn, dude. Stupid ass. Sorry. Okay. Oh. I still don't know. I want to frame this photo of shit. Oh, you aim it at the wall? Oh, E for placement. God damn. There we go. Well, we gotta have the picture frame of a pictured frame. Picture frame of a picture in a frame. And then Mega Chat, I think, will be the last one. Where's Mega Chat? There he is. There we go. Look at that. That's nice. Oh, right. Sorry, I forgot. I was, yeah, I gotta take a breather. All right, here we go. Oh, man. Oh, Jesus. You good? She left me the death card. How nice. Seth, DO4 with 140 months. Thank you. And Pete, thank you for the bits. It represents the end of something or the beginning of something else. Okay. Oh, I should close up shop and get some sleep. Oh, I should have framed that one. Here we go. Okay. Silva Hertz with 23. Thank you, Silva Hertz. Hey now, come on. I closed up shop. Why is this bell ringing? God, did everybody have that my age? Every single person I knew had that alarm at one point in their life, including me. God, it was rancid. I fucking hate it. You still use that alarm clock? Yeah, man. I mean, once you get used to it, it's the only thing that fucking wakes you up. I used it for all the years in high school. Yep, had wood grain on it. Red numbers. Ugh. We're glad you didn't betray our trust. We'll be working together a lot more. And as promised, we're going to get you, we're going to your reward now. We're going to your reward now? Don't let what you see frighten you. We did what had to be done for this world. Okay. Perfect time for an ad break. Hold on. I'll wait. I'll wait. Fun fact, they still sell alarm clocks at Kohl's, wood grain ones. $30. Wow. Yeah, a lot of people need 2 alarm clocks to get up in the morning. Because you'll like snooze one or you'll sleep through that one. You get a second one across the room. I've had to do that in the past. When I worked at Mountain Mud, it was a espresso kiosk place, and I'd have to have 2 alarms. One by my bed and one all the way across the room so I'd get the fuck up and go to work. Because I had to get up at like, what, 5 a.m.? Ugh, it was terrible. All right, ad break should be over. Let's continue on, see what happens. What? This door? Dad? Papa? Is that you, Papa? Oh my God! Welcome to the team, Ezekiel the Third. Yeah, cool game. That turd photo is probably my favorite one. Probably my best work right there. We have 3 hours left. Can we watch the Odyssey? Hell yeah. So there's an endless mode coming soon, whatever that means. All right. Where are the Chivos? Oh, I didn't even get them all? Oh, give a customer an incorrect order. Make your first edit in the Paint app. Oh, okay. And what else? Have your memory erased. Oh, take a photo of the agent. Catch a customer trying to escape. How was I supposed? I thought I caught him. That guy was trying to get out of there. I thought I was supposed to. I tried to catch him. How did I not catch him? Oh, maybe you catch him in the act of doing it? Oh, maybe that's it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right, we're going to do some mold rising. Tomorrow we'll probably pick up, what do you think? Either the Incident in Galley House or the Desktop Explorer. But for now, we go up. Yeah, for now we go up. First, before we do anything else, we do the Last Week in Zeke. It should be last week Wednesday, right? What is it? All right, a collection of... this one was... Yep, 2 days ago. Okay, so this is the correct one. Okay. Ticket redemption arc. There we go. All right. Let us do that, and then I'll get in my Last Week in Zeke position. Watch the newest one. Scott makes these every week. We watch them on Wednesdays. They're available on YouTube. To watch whenever you want. Follow, subscribe, do whatever on YouTube. All right, a collection of ticket redemption arcades with realistic
Indie
physics,
games.
carnival, goofy robots, open world design, a global ranking system, and silly prizes featuring 50+ modern-inspired arcade machines and a pawn shop to keep money in your pocket. Taking you back to my Chuck E. Cheese days, man. That was my first job at 14 years old. I made pizzas and danced around in a mouse outfit. It was great. Love that job. This is Prize Master. This one's stupid. You fucking... You fucking piece of shit. Too low again. Too low again. Too low again. You've got to get like pixel fucking perfect. Ah, low again. I'm low again. Oh, bundle of tickets.
I
Haven't
stop
done this one yet.
trying?
What's this? I can't tell. Nope, I'm too far. Too far. Is that too close? Nope, that's good. That's good. That's... Oh, was good. There. That's got to be it. That's got to be good. Got... Ah! That's right. Ow, ow, ow! There you go. Just pick it up. There you go. Are you fucking... Man, fuck you. Look at that. It's not even dropping it on the... Look at that. Okay. It's programmed to go to the left. This one is on the left. This one is on the fucking right. It goes to the right or goes to the left. It's fucking... That is such a scam. That is the scammiest scam of all scams. What is this? All-Star Hockey Hut. Oh, this one was fun. Oh, if I get all the letters. Oh, that's fucking terrible. Here it comes, here it comes, here it comes. Go, do it. Ah! Give me that white, give me that white. Ah! No, get the 500! C. So I want to get that K, there we go. All right, now we need the H, O, and Y. Yeah, oh, there's the H. Oh, you fucking O.
Big Ray from Classy.
Okay, where's the Y?
Katie.
There's
Hope
the
you guys
Y.
had fun watching her paint a wet hot dog is what I heard earlier today.
Get that O in there.
Is that where
yeah,
you're...
Let's go, hockey. 2,000 ticket bonus. Let's go.
Is that what you were painting today, or did you
Summer's
change your
Heartbeat.
mind?
Is a village romance hotter than the summer's heat? Drowning in debt, you escape to the countryside only to meet the lone shark Nuna, your first love, and the Sundari village princess. This summer, your heart's melting faster than ice cream. Who's going to set your world on fire?
여긴 진짜 바뀐 게 없네.
So I'm already over it. You can see I'm
Water's a
already
good
over
sign. We
this.
like water.
You forgot to paint the pork wets.
Oh,
No!
yay! Right to it. See, this is what most of these games have to do. Just get right to it.
비키니를 입는다고?
Next painting will be the wettest of porks. Okay.
What is this word? It's not the word I'm thinking it is it?
No.
It's not the word I'm thinking, right?
No, it's not.
I'm a fan.
와, 진짜 예쁘다. 팬이에요.
네?
혹시 실례가 안 된다면
That word. Fury. Her name is
사인 한
Fury.
번만 부탁드려도 될까요?
I obtained signed pants.
지금 몇 시지? 깜짝이야.
Damn.
누구세요?
여자는
Ella.
잠깐씩 구약하네.
Ella,
아까 퓨리랑 만났다며.
You see the
나
bug crawling on the
일어났는데
wall?
기억 안 나?
아, 엘라
There was a
누나.
bug that just went.
나.
brrrr.
근데 그것보다 우리 민준이.
Oh no, you were looking at something else. My bad.
It's called Summer's Heartbeat if you want to look it up.
그래 민준이구나.
그런데 무슨 일 있으세요?
아니 누가 자꾸 우리 밭에 매일같이 서리를 하지 않냐.
Someone's been sneaking into our field and
많이
stealing crops.
속상하시겠어요.
그렇지. 아 민준아.
Could I
혹시
catch
네가
thief?
서리꾼
You
좀 잡아줄
bet.
수 있니?
I'm gonna catch that thief.
제가요? 누구세요?
Of course, we do this.
아, 갑자기 오줌이
Suddenly, I need to pee.
Pee blast.
아 더러워.
잡았다 요놈.
누구세요?
I'm
너
pissed on
말
her.
과수원 서리꾼이지?
You're the
아닌데요?
fruit thief, aren't you, roaring?
아니긴. 자세한 얘기는 파출소에 가서 하라고.
파출소요? 거긴 안 돼요. 제발요.
I will restrain her.
넌 이제 끝이야. 평생 콩밥 먹을
Oh,
준비나
that took a
해.
turn.
월세는 낼 수는 있고?
그건
Yeah, exactly, you little thief. You can't even pay
그럼
rent
부모님 속 그만 썩이고.
unless you use your
할게요.
body or something.
뭐든? 예를 들면?
말로 할 순 없는데 혹시 뭐 원하시는 게 따로 있으세요?
Supermarket simulator meets horror. You're a clerk at a 24-hour convenience store. I'll just let you in on it. It's not what you think it is. Scott cut out, but honestly, the answer is disappointing. I can't remember what it was, but I remember it's not what we hope. Store. During the day, serve customers and hit your sales goals. At night, beware of strange clients. Try to survive 7 days in the far north. Only 7 days, huh? Open the door. Your shift begins once you flip the sign, and customers will start arriving. This is actually a pretty fun game. During the day, you must sell enough products to meet the daily quota. Failing to meet the quota by the end of the shift will lead to horrifying consequences. Who's mop face over here? God, I hate games you have to give exact change. It's such a fucking tedious activity. Oh! Okay. Yep. Apparently their heads are on backwards. Yep. At night, you must maintain order and deal with night visitors. Keeping things under control leads to a successful shift and a satisfied boss. Be careless or leave the store and you won't live to regret it. Yeah, Lee, exactly. I agree. Don't turn around, oh, whoa-oh. The commissars in town, oh, whoa-oh. Look around the store, yep. I'm doing that. No, I think they did it right in the video store, video rental store thing. Coming out of the fucking thing. So I think it was only by quarters. Don't make me do dimes, nickels, and pennies, dude. Just don't. Go! Okay. Today is for Sky 00100. Oh, that was it. That was the end of it. Okay, that was the end of the last week's Zeke. Thank you, Scott, for making those every week. You can check those out on my YouTube channel. If you want to, let me go ahead and get that tweet out. All right. Yeah, fuck off, fuck off. Okay. Let me get this. Copy that. Make a new tweet. Paste it there. Okay. And let me get this. Okay. More indie game goodness. Well, good is a stretch. Okay. Perfect. New video. Then we go pin it. Yep. Go here. Copy that. Go to Blue Sky. Do the same thing. Oh, I should copy the whole thing. Whoops. Post there. Pin it. Bingo. Cool. All right, there we go. All right, now we got to change the category here to Moldrise. Okay. Oops. We must go up, up, up. Up, 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 up. Okay, copy that. And I'm out of the game. Florp. Sleep. Florp, florp, florp. Store page. Light our darkest hour. s.team/a/4519130. Boom.
Everyone in this building wants something.
There we go. All right, it should be good. Good. Okay, cool.
This infection started in my foot.
All right. Well, it started in your foot, now it's up in your head. All that remains is the command, go up. Meet strange neighbors, make bad trades. Every ascent teaches you what you should have done differently. Developed and published by Rafael Pica. It is $11.99. And we played a little bit of it. How much did we play? We played about an hour of it before. So we know a little bit about this. And this game is an actual roguelike where you die and restart.
Make sure to wish this Carnage. Make sure to wish this
Oh my God! What have I done? What have I done? No! Thank you, Helden. I love how the voice gets tired after a while. You pup, you pup, you pup, you pup, you pup. Anyways, what I was saying was this game is an actual roguelike, so when you die and you restart, you only come back with knowledge of what you had before. Or of what transpired before. So, we've done a little bit of it. Oh, we gotta see the opening scene again. Weird dreams rip you out of a bad night. Your left foot is itching violently. Between the 4th and 5th toe, fungal growth consumes your flesh. It needs treatment now. But that barely matters now. In your head, there is no space. There is only one thought. A command pulsating even stronger than your foot. Up to the roof. Up, up, up. And away we go. Do a little rummaging, grab an old gossip rag. Get a Snackers bar. Oh, and just for those of you who haven't seen it, someone is having a bad day. You fuck around, you find out. So you can die pretty much randomly. I mean, it did say beware on it. Okay, so everything is placed exactly the same every run. So you kind of get the idea, like you know where stuff is, what'll happen if you knock on certain doors, so on and so forth. Like this lady, I know this lady's a doctor. She has a pill by her door. We can talk to her and get some medicine. Oh, the name of her downstairs. What was your name again? Not that important. You're a doctor, right? Yes, name is Dr. Lee. Can I help you with something? I don't mind medical questions. My foot is itching like hell. Do you have some cream for it? I need to understand it first to be able to offer professional help. What are the symptoms? I don't know. I'm asking for my neighbor. Oh, if that's the case, tell them to come see me. They can't walk up the stairs. Here, 3 tubes of antifungal lotion. Tell them to apply it when the itch becomes too strong. Don't let them scratch. Don't let them go up. And don't make this a regular visit. What happens if I do, though? Sound sample B2Z? I did it! Light our darkest hour. I don't know what happens if I keep banging on her door. Does she ever come back? Doesn't seem so. There was a lot going on, you're right. All right, these are important. Roca-Cola, however you say it. Because they give you, you have 3 stats: fungus, hunger, and thirst. And the old gossip rags, you can trade them to the old lady for coins. This guy is a merchant. You got to get some nuts for him. Okay, there's nothing left up this way. Oh, that's right, this chick. You're from the 6th floor, aren't you? I've seen you in the hall. Come here a second, let me look at you. Yeah, that's me. Linda, nice to meet you. Do you want to sit down a minute? I'm trying to get to the roof. Can I ask why the roof? What's up there for you? I know she has a bad ending. If I end up going in her apartment, she has a bad ending. I just want to see the view. Sure, of course. My brother, he couldn't explain it either. He just needed to be up there. Nothing else mattered. What happened to him? I helped him. He's somewhere safe. I'd rather not get into details. What matters is you still have time. I talked to Betty, the night shift nurse, 18th floor. She knows about this. She said it's not just a building, it's not contained. And she said there's a way to help with that urge, that pull you're feeling. I want to help you if you'll let me. No. Of course, I'm not going to push. The offer stays open. I know what I'm doing. I know. Take care of yourself. Okay. I didn't know if there was something else. Let me use that. There we go. Take care of my thirst with the Roca-Cola. No, there's an ending that if you go inside with her, she ties you up and basically kills you. Oh, my foot. The more fungus you get in your foot, the squishier your steps become. You can hear them squishing. Does she kill you in a fun way? I mean, she ties you up and stuff. I can't remember exactly how she kills you. That's my house. Yes, I'm not at home. I don't think this one ever comes to the door either. Pretty sure. Yeah, they never come to the door. This one has a dog. I haven't exhausted the knocking on this one yet. Oh no, I never did check out the Netflix game. I do still want to, but I think I gotta borrow my wife's phone. Okay. Because Netflix's account is on her thing. Now that's the merchant lady. We'll talk to her in a second. We're gonna take some old computer parts. Take some moldy pizza. We're gonna take the coin from this guy's box here. We got Mr. Fentline right here. I don't know what to do about this guy. Then there's the janitor. You're the janitor, right? Yeah. Write your own name, changing a light bulb. The elevator's broken. Repairs coming. When they show up, can't you fix it yourself? Can I? Yes. The fuse is in my pocket right now. I fixed every single thing in the building, including on my contract. And one thing I'm reasonably sure violated city ordinance. What's the problem? My flashlight's gone. Okay. Can I help? Yep. Slot it for the river. Don't try to sell it to Hag on the first floor. Won't buy this. This is the only one I got here. There should be more in the basement somewhere just in case. Okay. I gotta go. Now, I don't know if there's a way to do that without the flashlight, but... Oh, yeah, okay. I need to talk to this lady and sell her all my shit, get all the coins I can. Oh, right. I gotta get the newspaper. I'll get your newspaper. Okay. I forgot. I gotta get this shit. Right there. That shit right there. I forgot about that. Okay. Yep, there you go. I have it, but you won't get it, you old fart. I want to see what happens. You nasty, nasty pest! I was just kidding, lady. I was just joking. I was just joking. I hope you aren't waiting for an apology. I'm sorry, that was rude. Let me try again. Did you bring in a newspaper? I did, yes. There you go. Okay. Promise you a reward. $3 coins. Yes, I have some junk, but I want to sell all of it. There you go. Anything else? our little family letter. No, Meredith is an impossible person. She keeps throwing this junk into our mailbox. What a load of garbage. I won't buy that trash. Okay. So then you go to the vending machine. And I'm going to search pickup box first. And it's my lucky day. I get a Snackers bar. And I'm gonna get 3 crazy crunchy nuts. Okay. Both of these antifungals. And then one Coca-Cola, or 2 Coca-Colas, and 1 Snackers bar. Okay. That's it. And now we gotta go all the way upstairs. We go to the guy on the 8th floor. Oh, yep. We gotta have hallucination first. Let's have ourselves a nice, wonderful watercolor hallucination.
Just follow my voice.
No, not 8. We go up to 10. Or no. Shit, where was this guy? He was on... Was he 7? Fuck, he was 1 below me, wasn't he? 6 is me. No, god damn it, I wasted time. He's 11. 11. God damn it, he's 11. Every time. I did this all wrong, by the way, because I was showing you some stuff. Okay, he wants crunchy nuts. You mean these nuts? Yep. He wants the crunchy nuts, and I get to have 2 fungus lotions. I'm gonna buy everything from him with my nuts. No, I'd love to speedrun it, but I haven't beaten it yet. I'll take the flashlight. Okay. I'll take the Freddy Funko. Alright, and now I go back downstairs. And then I sell the lady Time God, thank you for the 62 months. I sell her a Freddy Funko. I wanted to say hello while being on this floor. Oh, how lovely. I knew you were a kind soul. I freshly made these. Take some. A triple chocolate chip cookie and a glass of milk. Get the fuck out of here. This is the first time. That's a new thing. I have never got those before. I'm too old to do bartering. 4 coins. Sounds good. Let's do this. Okay. Triple chocolate chip cookie. This thing is loaded again. Yet again, it's tiny. Okay, glass of milk. Wow, I bet those are awesome. Yeah, Grams gave us a cookie. We get one more Coca-Cola. And one more Snackers. There we go. Okay. And if I check the coin return slot, I get jabbed with a fucking needle someone put in there, and I get no coins, so it's not worth it. I'm just letting you know that's what happens. All right, I have repaired the elevator. Glass of milk. Oh, it doesn't give you a lot. How about the cookie? Cookie does a good job. All right. Oh, there's a key to the penthouse. That's how I get further up. Gotcha. Oh, does the janitor do something now? Oh, man, I don't know. All right. Yeah. All right, I can choose 24, but it'll stop at 18, I think. So I think there's like 3 different levels, or 3 or 4 different levels to this game. So basically going to the, getting the elevator to work is you're going to the next level. Fuck! All right, and I don't think thirst, hunger, and fungus are time-based, so you can just stop. I think they're steps-based, so they go down for every step you take, I believe, or go up, I suppose. Oh, right. Yeah, I'll open the door. Okay. And now we're on the middle floors, and this is... I'm not as familiar with these. Moldy cheese toast. I should not eat this. Okay. So these guys, this guy is the cult guy. I wonder when that would happen. You knew? I recognize the beginning. I've watched many beginnings. Can it be cured? If a seed becomes a tree, what exactly would you cure? I'm leaving. I expect we shall meet again when you're listening. Now, I went through this guy's entire storyline. All he ends up doing, he's a cult of the mold that I currently have. He worships the mold, him and his followers, and he ends up just straight up, you know, sacrificing me or killing me. So that guy is kind of worthless. As far as I know. And this guy doesn't answer. I don't think. Nope. Okay. One more time. Okay, nope. Oh, this is the cook. Today's brutal. I feel like he could eat every 5 minutes. Oh, and he's long-winded, too. Welcome to my life. But I made a decision 6 years ago. Working on the other day. Call me Chef Bronson. I didn't mean that literally. Maybe some new culinary experiences. Do you have any food? Sure, but I'm not welfare. I need my ingredients for my own cooking, but we can trade. So this is new. Oh, they'll buy my moldy cheese toast and my moldy pizza slice. Cool. Okay. And I can buy 2 cans of seltzer, aged mycelium mousse, so mushroom mousse, fermented spore confit, portion size for ants, may contain ants, prime decomposed ribeye, dark aged steak, moldy yogurt, make when a dry aged steak and a moldy yogurt make love, or this tartlet de spore doré. I never liked the fancy stuff. Smells horrible. Has a golden sparkle. Well, I'll take the can of seltzer. I feel like I need to take this since it's like the most expensive item, but it's red. Yes, this is the one we played on Indie Day, and we're just revisiting it because we never beat it. I guess I'll take that. And I'll save one. Someone's hungry. I need to get to the roof. That site would certainly improve any picnic, but I don't know how I can help. My foot is a nightmare. Can you help me? I am no doctor, but maybe Betty can help me. She's not sure if lives on the 18th floor just above me. Oh, 18th floor. Her sleeping schedule is very odd, but you might catch her. Okay, I have to go. Oh, not the. There's another nurse. Oh. Shit. Up. I'm hallucinating again. Oh my god, I went up 3 fucking floors. Good. Fuck the top dogs. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. I want to see your asshole. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. I want to see your asshole. Thank you, Stryer.
A person with a nut allergy, is that attempted murder?
Maybe. Oh. Moldy pizza. Take that and trade. Let's try the prime decomposed ribeye. Okay. You know what? Just for future runs, let's get one of everything and see what they do. Okay. Well, let me use the antifungal lotion real quick. Okay. Okay, the spore confit. Let's write this down and remember it. Spore confit. What do you do? Oh! I can never eat something else again! What? It zeroed my hunger. But did it fucking like make it so I can't eat again? Or maybe I don't have to eat again? Okay, just thirst. Okay. Well, the seltzer does exactly what you think it does. So that's nice.
In particular, you. Face off. Face off, you twat.
Okay. Now this is the night shift nurse. Oh, she is not a nurse. She's wearing it around her mouth and not her nose. Are you kidding me? You're standing like it's the foot. Infection or injury? It's some kind of fungus. Which foot? The left. Why? Yeah. I'm Betty. I'm a nurse, nights mostly over at St. Elizabeth, which is a long way of saying I know what that foot is before you tell me. What do you need? My foot is itching like hell. There's only one relief, antifungal lotion, hospital grade. Stronger than anything in that machine downstairs. I have a bit of stock. 4 coins each. 4, the machine charges 2. The machine doesn't know what's coming. I do. Fine, 4 coins. I don't have any. Antifungal ointment class 3. Reduces the burn, the itch, and most of your remaining optimism. Okay. Anything else? All right, one more time. Nope. Swear it's the same one. You swear the dent is in the same place. You swear a lot of things by now. But you notice the hum is slightly different pitch up here. Recognition maybe, or the wiring's just worse. Empty wallet, 20 floors of choices and left you broke. In front of the one thing in this building that doesn't care. I will search the coin return. No, pick up box first. Nothing, just nothing. Not even pain. What a disappointment. Search the coin return. Expecting a sharp pain any moment. Really? Who lives or changes this place? Finders keepers! Oh, it is the same machine. It has exact. Oh my god, it has the exact same fucking stock! Fucking lame! Okay. I was hoping if I knocked 21 times, it might make a difference. Okay. Nada. Learn Italian while you sleep. Vivaldi the Four Seasons. Okay. Snow globe. Oh, antifungal lotion. Nice. The water inside has gone cloudy. Something drifts in it that isn't snow. Okay. Smelly youngster. You look exactly like your walking pattern. Elevator works. You have no idea how close I was to having to go outside. Supply chain status no longer cooked. Barely. How do you even know who I am? Bro, I have cameras. Building wide. You've been in my feed for 3 weeks. Colonel, by the way. KRNL. Since apparently we're doing this. Like bird food? No, like kernel, operating system, the thing that runs everything. It was valid. Move on. You know anything about the security cameras? Management installed them. Management forgot they exist. Skill issue on their part. Anything weird? Some boomer speedrunning the building was my recent highlight. Oh wait, that's you. You see the whole building? Most of it. Upper floors go offline past 24. That's the gate. Basement is cooked. Janitor keeps touching things he shouldn't. Still patching coverage. Do you know where I could get the elevator key to the access to premium floors? Premium tenants only. Move in, get a key. Move out, hand it back. Supposedly. Maybe you'll find a stray one. I want to get to the roof. There's a security gate between 24 and 25. Analog keypad, prehistoric tech. You're going to be standing there looking at it. I need to get past the gate somehow. Why would you want to do that? I need to go up to the roof. Been watching the bulletins. There's some lore on IRC. You know what they're saying about people trying to get to the roof? What are people saying? Cordyceps, like the ant thing, except people. Thread's been live 6 days. 17 unique IPs, not the usual noise. Some leads it has to do with something with those crazy crunchy nuts recall that went viral. Whoa. Okay. Are you helping me or not? 64 gig DDR5 real RAM. Oh no! I had it! It's on the first floor! Fuck! Not cheap garbage. AI hype made it completely unhinged to source. I need it here. You bring me the hardware, you get the intel. Damn, I had one earlier. Sold it to the old lady. Excuse me, you did what? She wanted it. I sold it. Damn, I underestimated the lore goblin. How much did you get? 2 coins. Either she ripped you off, or she doesn't know what she bought. Try to get it back. Good luck. See you soon with the RAM. Fuck. Phone book 2009. Everyone in this building is here, some of them twice. Wait. Don't go past. I heard you right there. You're right there. Say something so I know. Say a word. Hello? Oh God, thank you. You're real, right? You're real. That's... No, I'm fine. I'm being... Listen to me. I can't get to it. I can't get to the door. I'm so hungry. Right in the middle. What was that? That's me. I'm attached to the handcuffs. There are handcuffs and a chain around my ankle. 6 days on a radiator. I haven't eaten since. Get someone. Just get someone. Please, 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 please. Should I call the police? Yes, yes, call them. No, no, don't do that. You're gonna die in here. They take her. She'd go to prison for this. She'd go to prison for this, and she was trying. Oh, it's the brother. The brother. Ask me again tomorrow. Who did this to you? My sister Linda did it. My own sister. Why? Why does it matter? Sorry, you're the first person in 6 days. Because I kept walking up the stairs barefoot, 1:30 in the morning, going up. It started shortly after my foot was infected with athlete's foot. No dream, no walking, nothing. I decided to go to bed, and then I'm on the stairs, and there's nothing in between. It's not sleepwalking. I have an urge. Even when being awake, I can feel it coming from the foot. It's not athlete's foot 3 times. She knows about that. Or that she knows about. And I lifted my foot for her. I lifted it up so she could get it around. Her hands were going. I had to hold still. So she was right. She was completely right. She said Thursday, and it's been 6 days. Go down to Linda, 13th floor. Tell her I'm sorry for what I've done that made her not come back. The cells in the elevator are broken. I repaired the elevator just now. No, she'll just, sorry, say it again? There was no way she could have come here. Oh, thank God. Because I'd worked out, she decided, I'd all worked out. That she sat down and had to think and gone cleaner this way. 6 days of that. She's still down there. She's still down there! She's going to be out of her mind. I've been so unfair to her on my own. I've had whole arguments with her. I win all of them. How long is it broken? A couple days. Before Tuesday. She knew when she came up here, she knew the elevator was out. I have no clue. She got the cuffs first. And she came up with them in a bag, knowing nobody could get back up. She said Thursday. Why would you say Thursday? She said it so I'd hold my foot up. I don't mean that. I'm sorry. It comes on and I can't. So it's your foot? I stopped thinking about it. I was worried. An amputation? But now the pain has stopped. It looks like I don't want to talk about it. And this sleepwalking. I closed my eyes, and when I opened them, I am somewhere else. One time I was waking up, standing in front of the premium floors gate, still holding onto the bars. And a weird old guy approached me. He said, I am blessed. I am ascending. He said I should come up to meet him on the 14th floor. Really creepy. What? Did you go? Hell no. No! I'll let Linda know. Thank you. Thank you. This is fucked up. I need the keypad. Oh my God, so every time I use it,
This is co-carnage. Make sure to wish us co-carnage. Make sure to wish us
oh my God! What have I done? What have I done? No! Okay, hold on. 451. No. Yeah. Thank you, Spencer. Okay. So she needs RAM, which I found down in the basement.
Hi, my name is what? My name is Coco.
Okay. All right, might as well see what prime decomposed ribeye does. Wow. Okay. That's the best thing ever. And it's like hunger, thirst, and fungus. Well, I need 2 coins. I need 1 to go. Oh, wait, I can trade her some stuff. I can trade the old lady some shit. The keypad code isn't static. Oh, I wouldn't think it is. I would think you have to bring the RAM up and talk to her every time. Sure, go to the lobby. Remember that RAM I sold you? RAM? No, dear, I don't remember that. Small green electronics piece that looks like a snack bar. Oh, yes, you mean that fancy bookmark. Yes, I have it. Page 314. Would you mind returning it to me? I see. You're still young, but it's an important life lesson. A deal is a deal. Can we make a new deal? Of course, my dear. You can buy it back for 5 coins. I've already got so used to it. It has sentimental value. Or alternatively, you can do me a little favor. What's a little favor? The woman on the 9th floor. She's been sobbing all day, every day, for I don't know how long. Months. I feel for her. I really do. But the walls are so thin. If you can bring her a note from me, you get your RAM back. That sounds easy. Because it is. You take it up there, you slide it under her door, and then you knock. Probably won't answer, but you knock anyway. Okay, I'll do it. Lovely. I hope she will understand my message. Put it under her door and then knock. 9th floor. Okay. Come back when it's done. Finally some peace for my ears. Okay, 9th floor. Nope. I can't read it first, no. Yeah, how can she hear it all the way from the 9th floor or from the 1st floor? That is a little weird. Holy shit! A bit dark. A bit dark. All right, my foot's getting a little squishy. What else can we eat? Oh, the aged mycelium mousse. Let's see what that does. That tasted really good. Okay, so that's hunger. But yeah, now I don't have any antifungal cream. Yep. It's getting bad. See what happens. What up, Agent B. Smith? Oh, I enabled it? Damn it. I wanted to disable it. Shit. Sorry, anyways. How goes the Black Mold Apartment Simulator? It goes. I delivered the note. I noticed the sobbing stopped. Finally some silence in this building. Here's what you wanted. Don't let anything hold you here. And now, let me get back to my book. Every floor below is behind you. You're too close to stop now. Can we trade some more, please? Oh yeah, there you go. Empty milk glass, gossip rag, another one. Snow globe. We doing good, Agent B. Smith? Okay. Well, shit. Well, I'm fucked. Well, now we know sell her everything but the, sell her everything but the, ram stick. Yeah, the higher you go, the cleaner it gets. Yeah, see, the mushrooms are talking to me while they're talking to me. Yep, 64 gigabyte DDR5 on the sticker. Does it have... Is that blood? You look cooked, not gonna lie. Nasty foot fungus. Oh yeah, I've been tracking that thread. 6 days, 17 IPs. Sit down or something. You look like you've been speedrunning stairs. Let me check the RAM. Not installing L tier parts and W tier setup. Come back in a minute. Lady, I don't have a minute. Clean, running at spec. You have one wish. The roof door, is it open? You're almost there. Don't waste it standing here. I wish I was on the roof. That's not... No, that's not what... One more try. Nothing below here is worth staying for. You're too close to stop now. God damn it, the mushrooms are... I need the stairs now. Use them now. I have to go. I can feel where. Stairs, use them now. No! I have to reach the roof. No! Give me the info! God damn it! Give me the code! You bitch! Vibe check failed catastrophically. The gate code, please! I don't have the code, but I cracked the building management database. Premium apartment recently vacated. Tenant moved down. Floor 21! Building lore calls him the defector. Okay, floor 21. I don't know what he actually did. They say it like it matters. Floor 21, ask nicely for the code. Nicely. You promised me the code. I delivered. You just don't like the format. It's on floor 21. Below is rot. You can smell it. The higher you go, cleaner it gets. The mushrooms are talking! You died from athlete's foot before reaching the roof. What a bad dream. And we go again. All right. So first things first, we collect as much garbage as we can. Silence, thank you for the 92 months.
Hey ho.
And we talk to this lady and get some fungal cream.
treat. Manggil ko.
Asking for my neighbor. They can't walk up the stairs. And I get 3 antifungal creams from her. Easy peasy. Okay. Now I go up here. I get this. And I think that's it. I'm pretty sure. No, there's one more thing. 2 more bags here. Okay, and while I'm here, I think I get one of these. Okay, it takes away my thirst and it gives me a minor amount more fungus, which is fine. Okay. And then I think that's it. Yeah, pretty sure that's it. Then I go back down to the bottom. Pick that up. Okay. Pick that up. This. Pick this up. Okay. Take both of those. That. Okay, and then we go here. We get 3 crazy crunchy nuts for the guy upstairs. Oh, check the pickup box. Oh, right. Yep, no money. Okay. I forgot I have to sell these. Oh, I gotta get a newspaper. Snackers bar, there we go. Okay, newspaper. That, okay. Okay. I'm gonna keep both the GPU and the RAM, just in case. Okay. I'll give her the old magazine. The old gossip rag. TV guide. Birthday card. I don't know if anybody needs a birthday card. Oh, she'll give me 2 coins for that. Enchidia G-Horse 256. It's an Enchidia. Okay. Yep, she's not interested in that. Okay. Now. We go and buy the rest of the crunchy nuts. Okay. Antifungal lotion. Oh wait, I should just, okay, wait. Don't buy any more antifungal lotion because we need 4 coins to get the good shit from that lady upstairs. We get the Roca. the Snackers bar. I'm getting 4 coins in return. Okay. Now I go upstairs. Yep. Now this happens. I don't have a choice for this.
Z-Crop.
I don't know if this is time-based or not. I think it's elevation-based. Oh, it is! Oh, shit. Okay. Okay. Not you. Oh my god, I gotta go all the way up to 11. What a pain in the ass. Okay. Okay. So that's it for that. And now I go down, give her the Funko Pop, because she'll give me 4 coins for it. I just want to say hello being on this floor. Okay, got the chocolate chip cookie and the glass of milk. Ready, Funko? Yes. Yeah, I think I just give it to her, yep. Do it. Okay, I got that. And now I'm gonna drink this glass of milk. And I'm gonna sell her back her glass. Okay. I have to do that if I can finish this up. I have to get the elevator working. Okay. So the first person I should talk to is probably that lady, right? That... Yeah, no. I just want to share pass my CDL test today. Also, what the fuck is this game? It's a weird roguelike game where you have a fungus telling you to go to the roof. And, congratulations on your CDL. Oh, it stops at 18 no matter what, doesn't it? Vincent giving us up to Sarkon, these nuts. Also, Mr. Boombody was 6 years, motherfucker. Yeah. Okay. Take that. What? Okay, there's moldy pizza. Oh, god damn it, no. No! I don't want to go any higher. There we go. Okay, I'm fine. This is the chef. Okay, good. Okay, chef is in 16. Did I ever eat this? I never did I? All right, the sport comfit is good for hunger. Oh, the decomp ribeye is really good. Night Goats with the prime sub. Thank you, Night Goats.
Hail, Berserker.
And Vincent giving a sub to Punkaberry. Thank you so much, Vincent. Yeah, the decomp rib gets rid of a bunch of shit. So we'll do that. Okay. Okay. And now we go up to... No, we go up to 18, right? Because that's the nurse. The night shift nurse. Yep. There we go. This is hospital grade. Well, the antifungal lotion itself takes about half of it away. It takes like 2 bars of fungus away. Yeah, I need... won't cure it, nothing cures it, but it buys time. Okay. Oh, even the fucking vending machine is talking to me. Oops. So I have 1 Coca-Cola, 1 Snickers bar, a decomposed rib, and a can of seltzer. So I'm good on, well, on hydration. Hunger, I have 2 things for that. Yeah, we'll wait. Okay. Time to use, I'm going to use the class 3. Okay, so it doesn't seem worth it. Unless it stops the infection for a while. Unless it pauses it. All right, this is Colonel. You won't believe what I have here. Are you shitting me? Give me the wares. Okay, I need to check if it works. The gate code, please. Okay. Floor 21. Calls him the defector. Okay. Floor 21 asks for the code nicely. What if they change the code? That gate has never been updated once in its whole life. Original install code, he has it. Skill issue if you can't just ask. Well, I better get going. Good luck, have fun. And thanks for the RAM. Alright, so 21. Use my Snackers bar. Go Carnage, baby. You haven't. Oh, it's a hallucination. You have one on every floor. I'm so glad you're here because I wanted to show you something. Someone made me a soundbite. I'm glad you're here to hear it. Ready? Someone made it and Meliorated paid for it. Here we go.
Hi, my name is what? My name is Carnage. Hi, my name is My name is what? My name is Carnage.
That's right. Khalid from my channel made that and paid for it to be a soundbite. And it's awesome. I love it. Carnage. It's great, right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so 21. And we ask nicely. No one's answering. Colonel, scam me, little shit. All right. I guess we'll have to figure it out. No one opened. You scammed me. Wait, you went there and knocked? He might be AFK. He should be there. I need the code. Goddamn code, Colonel. Give me a second. Same flat. 2 names. Second one moved to floor 5 around the same time. Lore feeds have a breakup. Her name is Chaya Michaels. Try her. Damn, really? All the way down? That wasn't in the primary file. Should have caught it. That's an L on my part. Here, 2 coins for the extra floors. Thank you! Don't at me. Okay, maybe I was a bit quick to judge. Noted. Good luck on the 5th floor. Damn, dude. Oh, a free cola. Let's go. I suppose I'll wait for my hallucinations to stop. There we go. Before I knock on the door. What up, Chaya? I'm the neighbor from the 6th floor. I've never seen you. I don't want to be rude, but can I help you with something? I got stuff to do. Lived here quite a while, but I could swear I've never seen you. Jeez, yeah, I just moved in. I had to ask you something personal. Slowly getting into harassment territory. Make it quick. Your name is Chaya, right? You moved out of the premium floors recently? How do you know that? Are you a stalker? Just heard some gossip. You know this building. Ugh, I hate this place. We never moved here in the first place. Your ex is living on the 21st floor, pretty high up, but not as high as you both used to live, right? Whoa, whoa, whoa! Did he tell you that? Since when is this loser so talkative? I just heard the rumor. I haven't talked to him, but I need to. I have a proposal. You deliver this dirtbag cheater wannabe playboy a message from me, and to do so, I'll tell you a secret knocking code. Oh, fun! Because he was robbed 2 years ago, he doesn't open the door otherwise. If you knock 3 times, pause, knock 3 times. Okay. 3, 3, 3. Guarantee you'll open the door. He uses this pattern everywhere to sign love letters, birthday cards, his PIN code, his online password. No, he uses the default PIN code. You said it changes every time, so it can't be 333. Right? Yo, Vin's giving a sub to Cabbage! Got it. Here's the message. Tell it to him word for word. I hope your fucking balls rot off. Got it. I just wrote that down. There you go. All right. So back to 21. Wait a minute. Do I have junk? I do have some junk. Learn to tell me why you sleep. Side B is learn to sleep. Vivaldi 4 seasons. Someone crossed out spring, summer, and autumn on the track list. I'm gonna keep those. Oh. Other numbers looking for Saturday, big boy? I mean, there's a little bit of work to do, but not a ton. But I would like to get a bunch of fucking subs before because I have to go to Burning Man, and I just like there to be someone I get back, you know. But we're good. We're good. Of course, my greed is like, no, we want all of the subs. Okay. Let's get a Snackers bar and a Coca-Cola. Okay. And a Roca-Cola. There we go. And we're good. Go back up. Yeah. Back up to 21. I wonder if those fucking records are gonna make a difference. Do you ever go back to your old notes, read them, and go, what the fuck? Oh yeah, all the time, Nano Dragon. I have these notebooks. Like they're all video game notes. Like all these little notebooks that I have lying around, and I have like fucking sticky notes and shit like that just everywhere, man. Oh, wait. Here we go. Try it again.
Well,
Whoa, who are you? Why do you know the knocking code? Chaya told me she has a message for you. That's for sure gonna be a treat. Let me hear. I hope your fucking balls rot off. Haha, fuck her. She can't get over it. And she paid you to deliver this? How did you even get here? Is the elevator working again? Yes. But I need your help. With what? I need to get to the... Oh, you just live on the premium floors? Yeah, Chaya and I were on the 28th floor. Quite the nice view if you weren't for the neighborhood. If it weren't for the neighborhood. First, Chaya moved out after we split up, and shortly after I followed. Because of that entitled asshole on 27. I need to get to the roof. To the roof? Oh, so you need the gate code. Exactly. I honestly don't care so much about the code. The premium floors can fuck themselves, but I need a small thing done. Then you can have the code. Of course, what is it? When I was still in my old apartment, I had this moronic neighbor. He blasted his annoying, super loud music every single night. I asked him to turn it down a million times, even wrote an official complaint to Vista Gloria. But he's a lawyer, so he stood no chance. Of course. Of course! In the end, I moved out of there. I still miss the sight and not hearing the train so loudly. You want me to deliver a message to him, like the one from Chaya? Yeah, something like that, hee hee. Put something in his letterbox. It's the one with the red tape. Already marked it for a couple other pranks, hee hee. All the way down again? Come on. Just a quick trip and you get the code in no time. You'll see. Wait here a second. I'll prepare the delivery. Here you go. Smelly, warm bag. Of course, it has to be warm. Come on, don't be serious. It's just a prank. We have a deal, right? You do the delivery. Yeah, I'll do it. Okay, here's the secret to the gate. Gate code. I don't know it. Wait, it was a prank. Well, partially. I don't know it, but I know where you'll find it. It's in plain sight. When you go down to deliver my surprise, look above the mailboxes. They were so cocky, they paid a graffiti guy to spray that big-ass Top Dogs piece above the mailboxes with the keypad code. Now you know. Well, don't forget about my delivery. Again? Yes, apparently we are in the back rooms. Come on, dude. Okay. What did this guy eat? 610. I should get one more Snackers bar. Yeah. No, we don't need to talk to ladies. She just told me to do it, and I did it. What, did she offer to give me anything? I don't think she did, right? I'm just gonna go. She gave me the knock code. I didn't have to give him the message, I suppose. Probably didn't have to put the poopy in the fucking envelope either. The premium floors. All right, progress. Entitled looking woman. Wait, how do you look entitled? Oh, thank goodness. Finally, I heard the lift. I said to myself, that's someone with sense. The lift's going again. Days we've had nothing, and now I knew the janitor fixed it eventually. I did keep at him about it. You came up the proper way, through the gate. I can always tell. No, I repaired the lift. The janitor, marvelous man when you stay on him. And you have to stay on him. They don't do a thing unless you... But I got there. I always get there. I'll put a note in the next letter. Credit where it's due. Who are you? I am Meredith. I run things up here. Somebody has to. Floor 1 to 28, that's us. Our little family. You'll have seen the letter. Our little family. Ah, you're Meredith. You've read it. You've read the letter. Oh, do you know how rare that is? I put these things out and it's like dropping them down a well. Not a word back. Not one. And you, Meredith, yes, that's me. Though it's Ms. Grady when you write in. No, Meredith's lovely. From a reader. You're a reader. Right. Then you'll want to be useful, won't you? A person like you, of course you will. I'm stuck for 4 days on the one TV channel. 4 days, dear. I don't complain. You'll have noticed that. What channel? A telemarketing channel about handbags. All day, handbags. What? My remote, it's gone. It didn't walk off by itself, I'm sure about that. I could look for it. Would you? No, I wasn't going to say anything. I never do. You'll keep an eye out. I know you will. Small black says Sunni. Okay. Well, I'm just going to wait right here. And not move or anything. Oh, look at that. There's eyes peeking out from the doors. Yep, I'll just wait for this nightmare to end, and I think we're good. Used up air freshener. Kids record. Sing along with Uncle Marv. Shabby wreck. Yeah, sorry, something happened? I will observe him. Hey, hi. Look behind him. Dark in there, something chemical in the air, trying to hide under the mildew. It's not hiding well. Look at his hands. His left hand has a tremor, his right hand is pretending not to notice. Look at his eyes. His eyes keep checking the hallway. You're not what he's worried about. Look at hair. His hair looks like he cut it himself, in the dark, recently. Okay, sorry, I thought you were, never mind. What? I'm from building management. You don't look like it. New hire. They keep sending new people. Okay, what do you want? What's this about? I want to check if there's anything wrong. Yeah, no, everything is just nothing special here. I'm good, Mr. Building Management. We got to complain about this floor. A complaint about which unit was 27? Because I can explain. Look, someone pays, his arrangement is handled by a guy and the name on the lease is his, and it's a completely normal living situation. I can't have everything go on record with management right now. It gets flagged. What did you say your name was? You know what? So the name on the lease isn't yours. Oh, okay, what do you want? Meds, my foot is hurting like hell. I don't have anything. The last thing I own is one bag of crazy crunchy nuts. It's really my last food. You should not eat those, they're dangerous. More dangerous than starving? I don't know. Money, I need some cash. 2, fine, that's all I have, don't come back. All right. I just took this guy for $2. Can you go up or down without impacting your infection while hallucinating? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure the infection keeps going, no matter what. Oh, his name just changed to Squatter. I didn't notice. He talks like Watto. Yeah, he talks in Huttese. Jesus, sorry, that was rude, but also, are you okay? You look like the building chewed you up and is still deciding. That's the nicest thing I heard all day. I respect that. Genuinely, great humor. Sean Goldman, I'm a lawyer, which is currently worthless because my foot has me stuck up here like a very expensive piece of furniture. But if you ever need representation, I'm right here. Depressingly available. Legal issues are least of my problems right now. Fungus? That's between me and my doctor, which I cannot currently get to because of my foot. So, I also have a really nasty foot fungus. And then you climb all the way up here. I won't stop. I need to get to the roof. I see, but well, I just have a very normal athlete's foot. Very aggressive strain, but that's all it is. Dr. Leon 8 gave me something for it. Strong stuff. I give it another day, maybe 2. Great to hear. Good luck with the lotion. A lawyer in this shithole, shouldn't you be in a villa or something? It keeps me grounded. My clients up top, they live in a bubble. Down here, people have actual problems. Also, the vending machine has crazy crunchy nuts, and you simply cannot find those anymore. Shit, does he want them? Should I have bought another one? What's so special about those damn nuts? Pulled from every shelf about 6 weeks ago. CDC flagged them and something in the formula. Extremely addictive, apparently. There were also some rumors about interaction with fungal spores, mutations, whatever. Not my area. Those eggheads always find a reason to kill all the fun. Yeah, right. It's like with the kids with the peanut allergy, protecting people at the fun of cost. Boring. Samson is definitely addicted. Samson who? Never mind. Probably not your peer group. Almost certainly. Sounds concerning. How bad can it be? It's a snack, not a bioweapon. This is getting nuts. Yeah, right? Let's change the topic. Legal issues are the least of my problems right now. I've gotten people out of situations that make you look like a parking ticket. Keep me in mind. Like what? Client confidentiality, I can't get into. What I can say is that someone on 16 owes me, and he is settling that debt one extraordinary meal at a time. The man is an artist. Oh. Okay. I gotta go. You know where I am, unfortunately. Huh, it was open. Hold on. Roof access is right here. Just gonna check something real quick. Fuck, it's locked! What floor is your apartment? 6. Who has the key? I need the goddamn key! Fuck, man! This feels wrong. Can't open this. Oh, yummy. Stepped on the remote, great. Hey, look at that. A Sony remote. All the fungal cream. Wow. What? Oh. Shit. That shit's getting shitty. She was the first one on 25, right? Yeah, she was.
I'm not sure I would go. I still am a
I have it here. Oh, well, not my remote, but a Sony remote. Most people would have nodded and gone off, and I'd never seen them again. Most people up here would, not you. Now that I know you're reliable and trustworthy, there's one thing we need your help. You seem to be quick on your legs. I'm busy with not dying. My foot is horrible. Oh, I know exactly. Do you know I had a really bad cold last winter? 9 days, flat on my back. 9 days, and I still got the letter out. Issue 38, it's dated. You can look. Nobody brought me soup, not one person. So, excuse me? But we don't complain up here. That's not what we are. Now, since you're here, you've clearly got the legs for it. I need these gone by tonight. Our little family, issue 41. Every letter needs to go into the mailboxes. All of them. Ground floor. Why me? Why you? Because you're here, dear. You're standing right there. Honestly, the questions. What do I get for this? Get? There'll be a reward, a proper one. I look after the people who look after us. Don't make it about that, dear. It's not attractive. That's a lot of stairs. Take my spare elevator key. I'm not having 41 sit until tomorrow because you're on the stairs like an animal. Now, are you listening? And on your way back, the machine downstairs. Would you kindly bring me a bag of those crunchy nuts? Okay. I've been very cut off up here. One does without. I do without constantly. I'll be waiting here. Thank you. You spent your time guessing numbers, Spawngasm? That's one way to do it. You can brute force that shit. It's only 3. Only 999 tries. I mean, it'll probably take you less than that. Where'd my crosshair go? Did I do it? Am I done? Okay, I have 1 Snackers bar, 3 Coca-Cola, so that's good. And the decomposed ribeye is really good for all of my shit. Oh, no, 26. Fucking 26. I got 2 crunchy nuts. Oh, she's on 25 anyways, it doesn't matter. She's right here. Did you put the letters in the mailbox? All of them. Good, good. You see, this is what I keep saying. It was never a delivery problem. It was just a will problem. It just wanted somebody willing to lead on it, and I finally, well, it's done. That's the thing. It's done. Now the important thing, the nut things from the machine. Tell me you didn't forget the nut things. Right here. Oh, marvelous, you good thing. Give them here, give them. Here, the machine takes $1, doesn't it? Don't say I'm not generous, most people wouldn't. You promised a reward? A reward. After everything I've just... No, I'm not going to be cross, I'm going to be honest with you because that's what family does. I find that very materialistic, I do. I'm sorry, but I do. This was never about coins, it was about belonging, about holding something together in a building that would fall apart without. Give me a real reward. A real reward, listen to you. This is exactly what I mean. This is what happens when people forget how to be grateful. They start demanding. They start thinking the world owes them a coin for every little thing they do. I feel sorry for you. I do. I feel very sorry for you. I mean, the elevator key is a good reward. It is a good reward, but I don't have any leads on the key to the door outside. To the roof door. Maybe the lawyer? What room was the lawyer in? He's in 27? Okay. The roof door is locked. I need to get out. It's the fire escape door that's locked. How does that help me? You cannot lock a fire escape door. NFPA 101, Chapter 7. The janitor is responsible. The janitor is liable. I fucking knew I'd have to go back to that asshole. Personally, probably even locked it himself. That's not a gray area, that's just the law. But knowing that and using that are two different things. You need paper. Let me guess, you can give me that? One letter, my letterhead. The correct citation, that janitor will read it, reread it, and then open the door. People always fold when they see the paper, always. I don't have a lot of money to pay you. My paying clients are outside this building, which is a problem I will deal with later. Right now, I need something from inside it. Chef Bronson, 16th floor. Handled a nasty lease situation from last year, and he has been repaying me in food ever since. The arrangement was working beautifully until 3 days ago when my orders simply stopped arriving. Go down there, find out what happened. Bring me his tartlet d'esport de ray. You do that, I will write you a letter that will make the janitor genuinely reconsider his life choices. Yeah, sure, I saw that coming. Nothing in this world is free, and that includes fire code violation being used in your favor. I'll be here, go. Okay, how much? It costs 3, but I have the elevator key, so the elevator doesn't cost me any money. So that's nice. Oh, where was the chef? 16 is the chef. Sean Goldman, the lawyer from upstairs, told me to pick something up for him. Damn, I totally forgot about that. I was so focused on my new recipe. I hope he didn't already call Mario. Can you bring in my latest creation and call it the Charlie? He'll love it. Please don't waste time. Sure thing. Thank you so much. I just hope it's not too late. Hurry now, please. Is it time for the ribeye? I think the ribeye does hunger, thirst, and infection. It does. It does a little bit of all of it. Okay, cool. Ah, shit. I gotta have another fucking vision. And it's this stupid one. Where there's barely anything to look at. No, I'm not leaving. I'm gonna stay here until my vision goes away. There we go. Okay. Key. He's up on 27, right? Oh, I did. I got it right here. Oh, it smells incredible. He takes it before he can say anything. Saving the rest. Thank you. Consider that man is operating at a completely different level. Do you know how long it's been? Do you know how long it's been? Quiet. Finally. Man, that must have tasted good. You have no idea. Right, you're in the deal. Here's the letter. Correct citation. My letterhead has the name on it. Show it to him, and nice and slow. Don't let him read the fine print too carefully. Money back guarantee if it doesn't work. Well, you didn't pay me, so consider it a gesture of goodwill. If you ever need something again, I mean anything, come find me. And bring money next time. Okay. I feel like I'm so close. And, oh shit, the elevator's gonna break again, isn't it? It's gonna break again. And I'm gonna have to call him and fix it and walk down floors and gain thirst and hunger and all that shit. One leg sounds gloopy because my foot fungus gets bad and I have to apply, that's the top bar over there is my fungal level. I have to apply foot fungus cream to keep it from squishing. Yeah, I got it. It works again. Good. I don't want to know how you managed that in the dark. I really don't. Don't tell me. You're welcome. Didn't say thank you. Elevator's working now. Have fun on your little roof adventure. One more thing. The roof door is locked. Kids going out there, weekends, bottles, music, the whole thing. Had to lock it. It's a fire exit. You can't legally lock a fire exit. You think you're a lawyer? I'm not, but here's something from a lawyer. The janitor reads the letter, you hear him mumbling. Ah, fuck it. I'm not gonna let my head roll for this. Health department sent a letter and said to secure the rooftop access, so I secured it. The health department letter told you to lock a fire exit? I just said that, are you a parrot? It said secure, I secured it. The key for the rooftop door is hidden in the basement. At the very end of the corridor, there are 3 big hand wheels. The key is behind the central pipe next to the yellow leaking hand wheel. You have to get on your knees to see it. Behind the central pipe next to the yellow leaking hand wheel. I gave you nothing, you broke in, we never spoke it. Now leave me alone! Behind the central pipe. Oh, behind the central pipe. Okay. Oh. There it is. Holy shit. Oh my God. I don't think we won yet. I'm not counting anything as won yet. Well, time for the elevator to break one more time. Or maybe not. Finally, some fresh air!
Just a little higher.
Okay.
Up here.
It's telling me to, like,
there.
Something's gonna eat me. Like the cordyceps ants. I might fall. I'm not sure. That doesn't seem right, though.
Come where it's quiet.
Because the cordyceps ants go up to a tall leaf so a bird can eat it. So I'm wondering if there's like a fucking dragon or something that's gonna eat me.
Just tired. There you are. I've been so patient. The wind's better up here. That's the part that matters. Feel the air move. Good. Now the hard part's mine. Rest. You've earned the quiet.
Oh, also to spread the spores via gravity. Okay.
We interrupt our regular programming with this special news bulletin. Health officials have confirmed that the fungal outbreak is no longer limited to people who consumed the recalled crazy crunchy nuts. New infections have now been reported across the country with no known connection to the contaminated product. Authorities have not yet identified how the fungus is spreading. The public is urged to remain calm, stay indoors, and await further instructions.
Sarah?
Excuse me.
What's the difference?
Good job, I've killed us all, hooray! I went up there to shake my spores off and spread them to the rest of the world. That was a good game, man. Clever, really clever. I enjoyed it a lot. How many of your decisions began as someone else's idea, and how many became yours without you ever noticing? Thank you for playing. No, I played the DLC for it, not for broadcast, and I remember it being disappointing. Oh, there's more than one DLC? Okay, then I might have missed one. You're right. You're right. Okay, so if I wanted to speedrun this, it would be I'd have to get the key for the door, for the fire exit. The code is above the mailbox, but I'd still have to get elevator access. So elevator access. Door code. Door key. Fire door key. So in order to get the elevator, I don't need the flashlight. All I need is moldy pizza. Oddly enough, I need the moldy pizza and a soda pop because that guy gave me a recipe in a previous run that lets me see in the dark. Oh, do we want to skip? Nah, we don't need to skip this. This is great. Oh God. Oh God. Look at that fungus on my toe. There's only one thought. Man pulsating and turning the foot. Go up to the roof, up. Okay, so I need some money. The flashlight would make it easier. But at the very least, I need crunchy nuts. Don't even need the, oh no, the elevator. I do need the elevator because the stairs are broken on like 12 or something. Wait, what? Oh. I must not have done it fast enough. No, there's a recipe that you get from the chef guy that says if you drink a Coca-Cola and then eat a moldy pizza like real fast together, you can see in the dark. You need the elevator to get from the first chunk of apartments to the second one because the stairs are broken. There is a gap in the stairs. You need the elevator to get past that. Sorry, I explained it twice and you must not have heard the first time I explained it, 2 minutes ago. Okay, so I drink a Coca-Cola, I have a moldy pizza slice, and there we go. I get the fire door key. Okay. So, yeah, I went in the room and now I'm stuck. Okay, I got out. I think I need to be able to see the fuse. So, I gotta restart and do both things at the same time. First, I gotta get the fuse, though. Okay. And I'm getting these to sell to the old lady. I might want to do that first. Because I don't need to give her the RAM anymore. Oh, I should check the... Get a free... No, no, no! What'd I get? Oh, snackers. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I do want the pickup box. There we go. Pickup box gives me a free snackers bar. And then... one antifungal, just in case. And then one Coca-Cola. Okay. That should be good. Okay. Now, I should be able to get this and do all of it at the same time. C2 is pretty nice.
Hi.
My name is what? My name is
what? My name is Coco.
Carnage. There you go. There you go, Princess Punker. Oh, I don't care. Elevator's broken. Thank you. Okay. Alright, I'm as far as I can go. And now I eat the... or I drink the Roca. And have the pizza. Get the key. Prepare the elevator. Good. Okay. It's a new game, so you can submit it anytime and be #1 for at least a day or two. Maybe, yeah. Wait, what? Oh my god. Did you guys see the code? Because I didn't. Did you see the fucking code on the wall? Because I forgot to fucking look. 466? Is that what you saw? Ah, thank you, McTrollin, MC Trollin. Thank you. speed run done. Let's go.
Come a little further.
Oh, it's not time yet.
Just follow my voice. Follow me upward.
And time.
There you are. I've been so patient. The wind's better up here. That's the part that matters.
Time is when I lose control of the character, and time.
Now the hard part's mine. Rest. You've earned the quiet.
Any shout outs before we move on? Yeah, I just want to shout out the Moldrise speedrun community. You guys have been nothing but welcoming this whole time. Thank you so much for allowing me in your community and giving me all the tips. I want to thank out Farty Butt for showing me the old woman skip. It took me a couple tries this time, but we got there. I mean, it's a marathon. Yeah, just check me out. I'm Ezekiel_II on all the platforms. And make sure you get those donation incentives for the finger in the butt incentive for the next speedrun that's coming up. I think it's Sonic Chronicles. Sonicals. All right, that's it. I'll see you later. Make sure you wish to Themberville. Thank you, MC Trollin. Thank you, MC Trollin, for giving me the code for the door because I wasn't looking. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Yeah, I don't even know how to put a timer on the screen, man. That's so cool, though, that you can just speedrun this game from the very start. Okay. All right. Here we go. Ready? Let's go. All right, this is going to be very rudimentary. All right, time begins when I take control of the character. All right, when I start moving, here we go, and... begin. I forgot to switch keyboards. Oh, I forgot to get the... oh, god damn it, I forgot to get the fucking soda! Shit! What floor is the soda on? It's right there, shit! Alright, let me try it again. Alright. And... go! Yes, I'm attempting a speed run of this game because it's a roguelike where you can just get to the end really fast. I'm getting money because I think I need money for certain things. Give me that. I'm not sure if I need all of this, but I just wanted to get enough of it. We get the pizza. That's important. Give me that. That's important. Get this. Take it up to the lady. Okay, come on. Come on, lady, come to the door, quick! Wait, do I even need it? I don't even think I need this. I don't. I really don't. I should go to this guy. What was the code? What was the code, guys? I forgot to look at the wall. What, is that a 7? 758? Is that a 7? I might need a fungal cream. Oh, I gotta call it. Shit, I forgot to call it. I might be able to do... do you think I can do this run creamless? Oh, I can. You bet I can. I can do this run creamless. Oh, I just gotta make it. Come on. 80% creamless. Oh, you bet. You can do it creamless.
A few more steps. Follow my voice.
All right, a little bit of speed tech here. If you wiggle, you go up a little faster. I'm just kidding.
Up here.
Okay, time stops when I lose control of the character. Oh! Time!
There you are.
Sub 4! Sub 4, let's go! Sub 4!
It's better up here. That's the part.
Woo! World record!
Good. Now the hard part's mine. Rest. You've earned the quiet.
You watched someone beat this in less than 2 minutes last night. You shut your mouth! It was Co.
We interrupt our regular programming with this special news bulletin. Health officials have confirmed that...
All right, I can beat this. I have a plan. That was just my first run. This is my first, this was a warm-up run, guys. This was just a warm-up run. I don't think I need anything. I just need 1 coin, and I can get the coin in that box. All right, and go. Nine, 2, 2. No, fuck! I overdid it! I overdid it! God damn it! I picked the wrong dialogue option and he talked 2 more times. That's a 5-second loss right there. God damn it. 5-second loss. I'm not gonna get sub 2. Gotta work on my menuing. Man, there was a time we didn't think sub 2 was possible.
Just tired.
I really don't think it is. With this slow ass part, I don't know if sub 2 is possible.
Come a little further. It's all right.
And time.
There you are.
Sub 3. Let's go. Sub 3.
So patient. The wind's better up here. That's the part that matters. Feel the air move. Good.
Shaved off a minute of improvement. That's a minute of improvement right there.
You've earned the quiet.
New PB.
We interrupt our regular programming with this special news bulletin.
All right, let's see what we can do.
Officials have confirmed that the fungal outbreak is
Let's see what we can do with without doing the wrong dialogue option. What was that? 241.70. Okay, that's my current PB. 241.7. Okay. And go. That was a quick Roca. That was a quick Roca-Cola. $3.07. There we go. Pretty good, pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. Getting the cycles. I'm hitting the cycles. Okay, so there is some collision on this mountain.
Come where it's quiet. Stay with me. There you are. I've been so
3 seconds.
The wind's better up here. That's the part that matters. Feel the air move.
3 second improvement. I went a minute improvement to a 3 second improvement.
Rest.
But 238.
You've earned the quiet.
That's a PB right there. That's a PB.
We interrupt our regular programming with this special news bulletin. Health officials have confirmed that the fungal outbreak is no longer limited to people who consumed the recalled...
All right, one more run to see if we can do better than 238, and then we'll call it a day. 238.96. Okay. Gonna be hard to beat. Gonna be real hard to beat. I was pretty much flawless. And go. $926. Oh, that's gonna cost me right there. Fuck. Gonna cost me right there, man. No! God damn it. I preempted it. Fuck. Yeah, no, this is a bad run. I should just start over. I should just reset, man. I should just reset. It's terrible. This fucking run, this fucking game. Fuck this fucking game. I don't even know why anybody plays this fucking game. Am I talking like speedrunner yet? Why does anyone play this fucking stupid game? God damn it, it's so bad. It's so bad. It's so badly programmed. I just don't understand it. I don't understand how you make a game with this fucking programming like this. This is terrible. God damn. It's so jank, man. Oh, fuck. I forgot the code. I was yelling so much, I forgot the code. Shit. All right, let's try again. Son of a bitch. All right, and go. Two, three, four. That should be easy. Good code, let's go. Yeah. Oh no! Now it's a real speed run. Now I'm really speed running. Resetting after one little tiny mistake. All right, and go. Missed the soda. Missed the goddamn soda. That's the first hardest trick in the game. First hardest trick is that fucking soda grab on the run. 392. Oh, it ain't my input. That was fast. That was pretty fast. That's a sub 1 key. We're on a good pace. We're on a really good pace. That was perfect fuse, man. Perfect fuse. 115 elevator. Doing good. 392, 392, 392, 392. Fucking terrible elevator. Fucking terrible elevator. Or terrible gate key. Fuck! I couldn't see my fucking cursor. $204 to the door. Not great. Not a lot I can do to gain any frames here.
Come closer.
Not a ton I can do here.
I'm waiting for you. This way.
All right, all right. And time.
There you are.
237. That's a 1 second PB. That's a 1 second PB.
It's better up here. That's the part that matters. Feel the air move. Good. Now the hard part's mine. Rest. You've earned the quiet.
Two, 3-7-3-7. Let's go. That's a PB. Where is the
our regular programming with this special news
Okay.
bulletin?
Is there any speed
Health
run?
Officials have confirmed that the fungal outbreak
There's
is no
none?
longer limited to people.
There are
who
none
recalled crazy
posted speed
questions.
runs
New infections
of
have now been
Moldrise.
reported across the country with no known connection to the contaminated.
I don't even know how to do that,
Authorities have
man.
not yet identified how the fungus is spreading.
I gotta give him a video. Okay. Yep, speedrun.com/Moldrise. I probably have to log in and get all this shit. Yeah, I linked to the VOD, of course, of course. I might have to figure that out, man. I have to figure that out. All right, that's the ad break, so. All right, cool. What do we want to do tomorrow? Do we want to do Desktop Explorer, Incident Galley House? One of those. Or Digimon. Digimon? Maybe I'll surprise you. Yeah, there you go. Oh, I gotta check out that Netflix game. Yeah, Unhinged. Yeah, I'll see about hooking that up. See if I can get that going on this PC. With I can use my wife's login for Netflix, right? Pretty sure I can. Because all the streaming services are under her name now.
Yay.
Nice, dude. Tell him Co sent you. Thank you, bastard. That's funny. All right. Anyways, rise. Thank you for the 13 months. Criminal MGA. Oh, thank you for the raid. I'm sorry. I missed your raid because I was speedrunning. I apologize. Thank you for the raid. All right, I'm out here. One of the games going to be tomorrow, Incident Galley House or Desktop Explorer. I'll decide. Maybe do a little bit of both. Who knows? But we're going to have a fun day tomorrow. Yeah, I'll tell her I'm a world record speedrunner. Absolutely. All right. I'll see you tomorrow for one of those games.
And until next time, for all of my Berserkers, and for all of Zirconia, and my puppy,
This is Co-Carnage. Make sure to whistle
and,
Co-Carnage.
and for
Oh
Cocarnage,
my God!
apparently.
What have I done? What have I done? No!
Hey, Bubba, come here. Puppy. Oh, yeah, boy. You didn't ruin anything. You did pull my headphone cord out. Okay, there we go.
Here's a good boy. Oh, yeah, the headbutts. Oh, yeah. All right. Bye. See ya. See ya. Here's a good boy.
Hi, my name is what? My name is Coco Carnage.